I remember it like it was yesterday, though a decade has passed since I last set foot near that place. I was 22 then, fresh out of college, feeling invincible and a little too smart for my own good. My big plan was to spend the summer exploring the Pacific Northwest, specifically the wilder, less traveled parts of the Olympic National Forest. I'd grown up in a small town in central Oregon, so I wasn't exactly new to the woods, but the Olympics felt different, bigger. Older, like the trees had seen things. My car, a beat-up '98 Subaru Forester I'd inherited from my grandpa, was packed with enough gear for a month. Tent, sleeping bag, stove, a few MREs, and an old, cracked map that showed trails long since reclaimed by nature. My goal was to find a specific set of hot springs I'd read about in a dusty old hiking guide, a place so remote, the book claimed, that only a handful of people had ever seen them. Looking back, that should have been my first clue, my first mistake. Going alone, trying to prove something to myself, or maybe just to the empty, echoing halls of my recent graduation. I spent the first 2 weeks sticking to more established trails, working my way deeper into the forest. The air was thick with the smell of pine and damp earth, the silence broken only by birdsong and the distant rush of rivers. It was exactly what I'd wanted, solitude, a chance to clear my head. I was good at navigating, I thought, confident, maybe a little overconfident. I always told myself I could handle anything the wilderness threw at me. It was on the third week that I decided to really go off-grid. The hot springs weren't on any modern map, only hinted at by a faded dotted line on my antique guide. It led me miles off the main gravel roads, down old logging tracks that were more puddle than path, until even my Subaru couldn't go any further. I parked it, tucked away behind a thick stand of firs, and shouldered my pack. My phone, predictably, had no signal. I noted the time, just past noon. Plenty of daylight left. My plan was to hike in a few hours, find a good spot to camp near the springs, and enjoy the peace. The trail quickly dissolved into what felt like deer paths, then nothing at all. I was bushwhacking, following the general direction the map suggested, occasionally spotting an ancient, moss-covered blaze on a tree that confirmed I was headed the right way. The forest grew denser, the canopy so thick that the midday sun struggled to penetrate, casting the undergrowth in a perpetual twilight. It felt colder, too, even though it was late July. A strange, unnatural chill that seemed to seep into my bones, despite the exertion of hiking. I estimated I'd gone about 2 hours when I stumbled upon it. Not the hot springs, but something else entirely. The air shifted, growing heavy still. The sounds of the forest, the rustle of leaves, the chirping of unseen birds, the buzz of insects, all seemed to mute, then disappear altogether. I pushed aside a final curtain of dripping ferns and froze. Before me, nestled in a small, almost perfectly circular clearing, was a pond. It was perhaps 30 feet across, surrounded by tall, ancient cedars, their branches drooping low as if bowing to its presence. What struck me first, though, wasn't its isolation or its shape. It was the surface of the water. Even as a light breeze, barely a whisper through the high branches, ruffled the leaves above, the pond itself was perfectly, eerily still. Like a sheet of polished obsidian, reflecting the muted sky and the surrounding trees with an impossible, flawless clarity. There wasn't a single ripple, not one. It was utterly, profoundly flat. And in that profound stillness, a tiny, almost imperceptible seed of dread began to sprout in my chest. The dread wasn't a whisper anymore. It was a tightening knot, a cold fist clenching my stomach. My rational mind, the one that prided itself on logic and scientific observation, struggled to process what my eyes were seeing. A pond, utterly devoid of movement, in a forest that was alive with the constant, subtle shifts of air and life. It defied everything I knew about nature. I took a tentative step forward, my hiking boot sinking slightly into the damp earth. The sound of it, a soft squelch, seemed impossibly loud in the pervasive silence. The air around the clearing felt different, too, not just colder, but somehow thicker, as if it resisted movement. It prickled my skin, raising goosebumps on my arms despite the exertion of the hike. My gaze swept across the pond again, searching for any anomaly. A fallen leaf, a beetle skittering across the surface, a minnow breaking the calm. Nothing. It was a perfect dark mirror, reflecting the heavy, low-hanging clouds and the gnarled branches of the cedars with a fidelity that felt almost photographic. It was beautiful in a terrifying, alien way. "Hello," I whispered, the word feeling absurd, swallowed instantly by the oppressive quiet. There was no echo, no rustle of disturbed leaves in response. It was as if the sound had been absorbed, leaving no trace. Curiosity, a dangerous companion in moments of escalating dread, began to tug at me. I needed to understand. I knelt down at the edge of the clearing, careful not to get too close, and picked up a small, rounded pebble. It was smooth and gray, no bigger than my thumbnail. I held it for a moment, my heart thumping a frantic rhythm against my ribs. This was it, the test. With a deep breath, I flicked my wrist, sending the pebble arcing towards the center of the pond. It flew true, a small, dark projectile against the muted sky. My eyes locked onto its trajectory, expecting the familiar splash, the concentric rings of ripples spreading out from the impact point. But the pebble didn't splash. It hit the surface with a soft, dull thud, a sound utterly wrong for water, and then instead of sinking or bouncing, it simply sat there, on the surface, like a tiny gray island. My breath hitched, my jaw went slack. I stared, unblinking, at the impossible sight. The pebble, motionless, perfectly poised on the obsidian surface, not a single ripple marring the perfection. It was as if I had thrown it onto a sheet of polished stone, not liquid. A cold, analytical part of my brain screamed, "Impossible. Cohesion, surface tension. No, this is beyond anything natural." But another, more primal part simply recoiled in horror. This wasn't just strange, it was fundamentally wrong. It defied the very laws of physics, the basic understanding of the world I'd always taken for granted. I scrambled to my feet, backing away a step, then another. The clearing, which had initially felt secluded and peaceful, now seemed like a trap. The ancient cedars, once comforting in their timelessness, now felt like silent, watchful sentinels. The silence wasn't just an absence of sound. It was a presence, heavy and pressing, an active force. My eyes darted around, searching for an explanation, a trick of the light, anything. But there was nothing. Just the pond, unnervingly still, with my pebble defying gravity on its surface. Panic, cold and sharp, began to prickle at the edges of my composure. My initial plan to camp near the hot springs to enjoy the peace now seemed laughably naive. There was no peace here, only this unnerving, unnatural stillness. I needed to leave, now. I turned, intending to retrace my steps, to push back through the ferns and find the faint trail that had led me here. But as I spun around, something glinted in the muted light, catching my eye. Near the base of one of the massive cedars, half buried in the moss and damp earth, was a small, unnatural object. It was metallic, reflecting the pale light with a dull gleam. Against my better judgment, against every instinct screaming at me to run, I found myself drawn to it. The sheer impossibility of the pond had short-circuited my fight-or-flight response, leaving only a morbid fascination. I walked slowly towards it, my boots crunching lightly on the leaf litter. The metallic object was a small, ornate compass. It was old, clearly not a modern hiking tool. The brass casing was tarnished with age and verdigris, but the glass cover was intact, and the needle inside, a slender, elegant thing, still pointed with certainty. Except it wasn't pointing north. It was pointing directly at the center of the pond. My heart hammered. I bent down, picking it up. It felt surprisingly heavy in my hand. The needle remained locked, unwavering on the impossible target. I spun the compass in my palm, tilting it, even shaking it gently. The needle didn't budge. It was fixed, magnetized to some unseen force emanating from the pond's heart. This was too much. The stillness, the pebble, the compass. My mind felt like a tangled ball of yarn, unable to sort through the bizarre data. This wasn't just a strange geological phenomenon. This was something else, something purposeful. I dropped the compass as if it had burned me. It fell with a soft clink onto the moss, its needle still aimed squarely at the pond. A shiver ran through me, deeper than the cold. I felt a profound sense of intrusion, of having stumbled upon something ancient and powerful, something that didn't want to be found. My internal compass, the one that usually guided me with a steady sense of direction and purpose, was completely scrambled. I felt disoriented, not just geographically, but existentially. The world I knew, the world of cause and effect, seemed to have fractured around this clearing. I forced myself to breathe, to push back the encroaching hysteria. Okay, I muttered to myself, the sound a thin, reedy whisper. Okay, this is something, I don't know what it is, but I don't need to know, I just need to leave. I turned again, this time with real resolve. I focused on the curtain of ferns I had pushed through earlier, the path of least resistance back to what I hoped was the way out. My pace quickened, each step an effort to put distance between myself and that unsettling body of water. But as I reached the edge of the clearing, where the ferns grew thick and wet, a low, almost imperceptible hum reached my ears. It was so faint, so subtle, that at first I thought it was just the blood rushing in my ears, a phantom sound of my own rising fear. But then it strengthened just a fraction, a deep, resonant thrum that seemed to vibrate not just in the air, but in my very bones. It wasn't a natural sound. It wasn't the wind or an animal or a distant machine. It was too pure, too constant, too low, like the lowest note on an enormous, invisible instrument, vibrating at the very edge of human hearing. I hesitated, one foot already poised to step into the dense undergrowth. The hum seemed to emanate from the pond itself, a silent song reaching out to me. It wasn't loud enough to be painful, but it was insistent, an almost hypnotic rhythm. My muscles tightened, torn between the urgent need to escape and an inexplicable pull, a desire to understand the source of this new, impossible phenomenon. My eyes, against my will, drifted back to the pond. The surface was still flawless, the pebble a tiny, defiant dot. But as I watched, something else began to happen. A faint, almost iridescent shimmer began to bloom from beneath the water's surface. It was subtle, like the breath on a mirror, a barely there luminescence that pulsed with the rhythm of the low hum. It was a soft, ethereal blue, a color I'd never seen in nature. It wasn't reflecting the sky, it was emanating from within the dark depths. And as the hum intensified, so did the light, slowly spreading, growing brighter, transforming the obsidian surface into a canvas of shifting, ghostly azure. My fear sharpened into a cold dread, mixed now with a bewildering sense of awe. This was beyond anything I had ever imagined. It was beautiful in a terrifying, transcendent way. The blue light pulsed, drawing my gaze, holding it captive. It felt like I was staring into the heart of a vast, ancient machine, humming to life in the depths of the forest. I was paralyzed, unable to move, unable to look away. The hum grew louder, filling the clearing, vibrating through my chest. The air around me grew heavier still, colder, and a strange pressure began to build in my ears. It felt like I was descending into the ocean, the weight of the water pressing in on all sides. The blue light intensified further, becoming almost blinding. It illuminated the underside of the cedar branches, casting spectral, shifting shadows onto the mossy ground. The forest around the clearing seemed to recede, fading into an indistinct blur, leaving only the glowing pond and the resonant hum. Then slowly, almost imperceptibly at first, the surface of the pond began to change. The perfection, the flatness, started to distort. It wasn't ripples, not like water. It was more like the surface of a drumhead, subtly stretching and contracting, creating faint, concentric undulations that pulsed with the blue light and the hum. And from the very center of these undulations, a new phenomenon began to emerge. It was a faint, swirling mist, a wisp of vapor that seemed to coalesce from the pond's heart. It wasn't steam. It was too cold, too luminous. It was a living fog, swirling with the same electric blue as the light beneath the surface. The mist grew, rising slowly, forming a delicate, spiraling column above the pond. It swirled gracefully, like a miniature hurricane made of light and shadow, reaching higher and higher into the enclosed space of the clearing. It felt sentient, like it was reaching for something or forming into something. My mind raced, desperately searching for a rational explanation. Bioluminescence, geological gases, but none of it fit. This was entirely outside the realm of natural phenomena. It was magical, impossible, terrifying. As the column of mist reached its apex, just below the lowest branches of the cedars, it seemed to solidify slightly, becoming denser, more defined. The hum reached a crescendo, a deep, resonating chord that filled the world. The pressure in my ears intensified, and a dull ache began to throb behind my eyes. I felt lightheaded, disoriented, as if my very atoms were vibrating with the energy of the pond. Then, from within the heart of the swirling blue column, a form began to take shape. It was translucent at first, a shifting outline within the mist, but it grew steadily more distinct. It wasn't human. It was too tall, too slender, with an elegance that seemed to transcend the physical world. My breath caught in my throat. My heart felt like it would burst from my chest. I wanted to scream, to run, but my feet felt rooted to the earth. My entire being was locked on this impossible vision, this birth of something utterly alien from the heart of the glowing pond. The form resolved itself. It was slender, almost ethereal, shimmering with the same internal blue light as the pond. It had a vaguely humanoid shape, but elongated, impossibly graceful. Its limbs were long, delicate, its head small and featureless, like a smooth, polished stone. There were no eyes, no mouth, no indication of sensory organs, yet I felt an intense awareness emanating from it, a presence that filled the clearing. It seemed to hover, suspended in the mist, its long, translucent fingers slowly unfurling. The hum began to subside, fading slowly, gracefully, leaving behind a silence even more profound than before. The blue light, too, dimmed, receding back into the pond, leaving only the fainter, internal glow of the entity itself. The creature slowly descended, its feet touching the impossibly still surface of the pond with no disruption, no splash. It stood there, shimmering, radiating an intense, ancient energy that made the air crackle. It turned its featureless head slowly, as if scanning the clearing, and though it had no eyes, I felt its gaze upon me. A cold, penetrating scrutiny that stripped away all my defenses, all my rationalizations. I couldn't move, I couldn't speak. I was nothing but raw nerve endings, overwhelmed by the sheer, impossible reality of what stood before me. It was not hostile, not explicitly threatening, but its presence was so alien, so powerful, that it was terrifying in its own right. It was like standing before a force of nature-given form, a living embodiment of the impossible. My mind, desperate for any shred of familiarity, tried to categorize it. An angel, a demon, an alien, none of it fit. It was simply it. A being from a place beyond my comprehension, born from a pond that defied reality. It raised one of its long, slender arms, pointing a translucent finger not at me, but towards the compass I had dropped. The brass object, still lying on the moss, vibrated slightly, then slowly, impossibly, rose into the air, hovering a few inches above the ground. Its needle, still pointing at the pond, spun wildly for a moment, then snapped to point at the hovering entity. The creature lowered its arm, and the compass drifted gently back down to the moss. It was a demonstration, a silent assertion of power, a warning perhaps, or maybe an invitation. Then, without making a sound, the creature began to move. It wasn't walking, not truly. It glided across the surface of the pond, its movements fluid and dreamlike, leaving no trace, no ripple. It moved towards the edge of the clearing, towards the dense curtain of ferns, towards my way out. My blood ran cold. It wasn't blocking my path. It was going to investigate it, or me. My mind finally snapped back into a semblance of fight or flight. My backpack suddenly felt like an anchor, but I couldn't abandon it. I needed to move. Now, before it reached the edge, before it came any closer. With a desperate surge of adrenaline, I took a step back, then another, my eyes still fixed on the shimmering being. It paused, its featureless head tilting almost imperceptibly, as if registering my fear, my intention to flee. The air grew even colder, and the faint, internal blue glow of the creature pulsed once, a subtle, silent question. Then I turned and bolted. I didn't try to find the faint trail. I didn't care about the direction. I just plunged into the dense ferns, pushing through the dripping fronds, scrambling over fallen logs, heedless of the scratching branches and slippery moss. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but I didn't stop. Every rustle behind me, every snapping twig, sent another jolt of terror through my veins. I didn't dare look back. I just ran. The forest immediately became a chaotic, disorienting maze. The canopy was thick, the undergrowth a tangled mess. The sense of unnatural cold followed me, an invisible shroud clinging to my back. I could still feel that presence, that alien awareness, even as I put more and more distance between myself and the clearing. It was a pervasive, lingering chill in the air, a phantom hum in my ears. I ran until my legs gave out, until I collapsed, gasping for air, leaning against the rough bark of a towering fir tree. My chest heaved, my vision swam, and sweat plastered my hair to my forehead. My mind was a whirlwind of impossible images. The still pond, the floating pebble, the glowing blue light, the shimmering, silent entity. It was real, all of it, and I had seen it. After catching my breath, a new kind of panic set in. I was lost, thoroughly, hopelessly lost. In my blind flight, I had paid no attention to direction. The old logging road, my Subaru, the path to civilization, they could be anywhere. The faint marks on the trees, the subtle shifts in terrain that usually guided me, were completely forgotten in my terror. Night was beginning to fall. The perpetual twilight of the deep forest was deepening into true gloom. Shadows stretched long and distorted, transforming familiar shapes into monstrous figures. The air grew colder still, and a light mist began to gather, not the luminous blue mist of the pond, but a typical damp Pacific Northwest fog that seeped into everything. I fumbled for my headlamp, my hands trembling so badly I almost dropped it. The beam cut a weak, wavering circle through the encroaching darkness. Every snap of a twig, every distant hoot of an owl made me jump. I felt exposed, vulnerable, a tiny, fragile human in a wilderness that had suddenly revealed itself to be far more ancient and terrifying than I could have ever imagined. I needed shelter. I needed to build a fire. I needed to try and regain some semblance of control over my rapidly fracturing reality. But my mind kept replaying the image of the entity, its silent, penetrating gaze, its impossible birth from the depths of the pond. I spent the next hour stumbling through the deepening darkness, desperately trying to find a suitable spot to camp. My usual criteria, flat ground, access to water, some natural shelter, were replaced by a single, overriding desire: distance from that damned pond. But in the dense, dark woods, it was impossible to tell how far I'd come or in what direction. Every tree looked the same, every thicket indistinguishable from the last. Finally, utterly exhausted, I found a small alcove formed by a massive, overturned root ball. It wasn't ideal, but it offered some protection from the elements and a sense of being partially hidden. I scrambled into it, shedding my pack with a weary sigh. My muscles screamed in protest. Setting up my tent was an exercise in futility. My hands shook, my thoughts raced, and the darkness pressed in from all sides. The sounds of the forest, which usually soothed me, now seemed menacing, alive with unseen threats. Every rustle of leaves was the approach of the shimmering entity. Every creak of a branch was its silent, watchful presence. I didn't even bother trying to start a fire. The thought of exposing myself further, of drawing attention in the vast, malevolent darkness, was too much. Instead, I crawled into my sleeping bag, pulling the zipper all the way up, zipping myself into a flimsy cocoon of canvas and insulation. I lay there shivering, not just from the cold, but from a terror that chilled me to the bone. My headlamp lay uselessly beside me, its batteries conserved for the morning. I was plunged into utter darkness, save for the faint glow of the luminous watch on my wrist. The only sound was the frantic pounding of my own heart, a drumbeat against the silence of the ancient forest. Hours passed, or maybe it was only minutes. Time seemed to have lost all meaning. My mind kept replaying the events of the day, trying to convince myself it was a hallucination, a dream, a trick of the light and a tired mind. But the memory was too vivid, too sharp, too profoundly disturbing. I saw the pebble again, defying gravity on the surface of the pond. I felt the deep, resonant hum vibrating in my chest. I saw the blue light, the swirling mist, and the birth of the shimmering, silent entity. It was real, and it was out there, somewhere. Sleep was impossible. Every rustle of leaves, every distant hoot of an owl sent a fresh wave of adrenaline through me. I imagined it gliding silently through the trees, its featureless head turning, searching, its blue light a beacon in the darkness. I pulled my sleeping bag tighter, pressing my face into the fabric, trying to shut out the terror. Then sometime deep in the night, a new sound cut through the oppressive silence. It wasn't close, but it was distinct. A long, drawn-out howl, not the howl of a wolf or a coyote or any animal I had ever heard. It was too deep, too resonant, carrying an ancient, sorrowful quality that sent shivers down my spine. And it wasn't just a sound, it felt like a vibration, a resonance that echoed the hum of the pond. It came from the direction I thought the pond was. Another howl followed, and then another, closer this time, more urgent. It was like a lament, a cry of profound loss or warning, echoing through the vast, indifferent forest. It raised the hair on my arms, making every muscle tense. What kind of creature made a sound like that? Was it responding to the entity? Was it trying to scare it away, or was it communicating with it? The howls continued, circling me, growing closer and closer, a chorus of despair and warning. They seemed to come from all directions, converging on my tiny, hidden alcove. I squeezed my eyes shut, pressing my hands over my ears, desperate to block out the unsettling sounds. But they penetrated my defenses, resonating deep within my bones. I spent the rest of the night huddled in my sleeping bag, shaking, listening to the impossible howls, and watching the faint glow of my watch tick slowly, agonizingly towards dawn. The darkness was a living thing, full of unseen horrors, and I was utterly alone, a trespasser in a place that held secrets far older and more terrifying than I could ever have imagined. When the first faint sliver of gray light began to penetrate the heavy canopy, casting the forest in an eerie, muted glow, I almost cried with relief. But relief was short-lived. The howls had stopped with the dawn, but the silence that followed was just as unsettling. It felt heavy, expectant, as if the forest was holding its breath. I slowly unzipped my sleeping bag, my limbs stiff and aching, every muscle protesting the night of terror. The air was still cold, damp, and thick with mist. It clung to the trees, swirling around the massive trunks, obscuring visibility. I had to get out. I had to find my way back to the Subaru, to the familiar world, to safety. The old map, my compass, my sense of direction, everything felt useless now. I packed my minimal gear, my hands still shaking, my mind numb with exhaustion and fear. My only goal was to move, to put one foot in front of the other, to find any sign of a trail, a road, anything that would lead me away from this cursed place. I grabbed my pack, throwing it over my shoulder, and stepped out of the root ball alcove. The mist was so thick now that I could barely see 10 feet in front of me. It swallowed sounds, distorted shapes, and made the forest feel even more enclosed, more claustrophobic. I chose a direction at random, hoping it was vaguely west, the general direction I had come from. I walked for what felt like hours, a zombie-like march through the spectral forest. The mist never lifted. It remained a dense, swirling curtain, blurring the lines between trees and making navigation impossible. My sense of direction was completely gone. I kept imagining the entity, a shimmering blue form, materializing out of the fog just ahead of me. My water bottle was nearly empty, and I hadn't eaten since yesterday afternoon. Fatigue began to weigh on me, making my steps heavy and my thoughts sluggish. Doubt began to creep in. Was I walking in circles? Was I going deeper into the forest, not out of it? Then, through a sudden, temporary thinning of the mist, I saw something. A break in the endless wall of trees. A lighter patch in the oppressive gray. My heart leaped with a sudden, desperate surge of hope. I pushed through a final thicket of damp rhododendrons and stumbled out onto what looked like an old logging track. It was overgrown, barely more than 2 parallel ruts filled with moss and puddles, but it was unmistakably man-made. Civilization, a path, however faint, back to the world I knew. Relief washed over me, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. I was out. I was away from the pond, away from the entity, away from the impossible howls. I followed the track, my pace quickening despite my exhaustion. Every step felt like a victory, a small reclamation of my sanity. But as I walked, the faint track seemed to grow wider, clearer. The ruts became more defined, the undergrowth less aggressive. It was becoming a road, not just an old track. And then I saw it. Through a final, swirling veil of mist, a structure loomed. It was large, made of dark, weathered wood, half hidden by overgrown trees and tangled vines. It wasn't my Subaru. It was a building, a cabin. My relief soured into a new wave of apprehension. I hadn't seen any sign of human habitation on my maps, old or new, in this deep part of the forest, and the cabin itself looked ancient, abandoned, almost absorbed by the wilderness around it. It was a two-story structure, its windows dark and empty like vacant eyes. The roof was partially caved in, overgrown with moss and ferns. A rickety porch sagged precariously, and the door hung ajar, revealing a maw of impenetrable darkness within. It had the distinct, unsettling aura of a place that had been left in a hurry, or perhaps a very long time ago. A sign almost completely obscured by a thorny bush leaned against the side of the porch. I cautiously approached, pushing aside the branches. The wood was so old and faded that the painted letters were barely visible, but I could just make out a few words. Blackwood Cabin. Keep out. The rest was illegible, eaten away by time and decay. Blackwood Cabin. The name itself felt ominous. A chill, unconnected to the ambient temperature, prickled my skin. This wasn't the way out. This was just another layer of mystery, another unsettling discovery in a forest that was proving to be a labyrinth of the impossible. Despite the creeping unease, a different kind of curiosity took hold. If someone had built a cabin out here, in this impossibly remote part of the forest, they must have known something, or seen something. Perhaps they had left clues, answers to the inexplicable events of the previous day. And more practically, it offered shelter, a place to rest, to gather my thoughts, to perhaps find a better way out of this misty, disorienting wilderness. The alternative was to continue aimlessly wandering, potentially deeper into unknown dangers. I hesitated at the edge of the porch, my hand on the rough, splintered wood. The air felt heavy here, too, though not with the same vibrant, unnatural hum of the pond. This was a different kind of presence, the lingering echo of human abandonment, of stories untold, of forgotten lives. The door, still ajar, groaned softly on its rusted hinges as a faint breeze stirred the mist. The darkness within seemed to beckon, to hide secrets within its depths. My heart pounded, but the primal fear of the pond and the entity had given way to a more human, albeit intense, apprehension. It was a trade-off, a known, man-made danger for an unknown, alien one. And for now, the known seemed marginally less terrifying. Taking a deep breath, I pushed the door open the rest of the way, stepping over the threshold into the suffocating darkness of Blackwood Cabin. The air inside was stale and heavy, thick with the smell of damp earth, decay, and something else, a faint, metallic tang, like old blood or rusted iron. Dust motes danced in the slivers of light that penetrated the cracks in the walls. My headlamp, thankfully, still worked. I switched it on, and the beam cut through the gloom, revealing a single, large room. The furniture was minimal, covered in thick sheets of dust. A rudimentary wooden table, 2 chairs, and a small, rickety bed frame in one corner. Everything was covered in a fine layer of grime, as if untouched for decades. On the table, amidst the dust, I saw a few objects. An old lantern, its glass blackened, a rusted tin cup, and lying open, a thick, leather-bound journal. A jolt went through me. A journal. Someone had lived here. Someone had written about their experiences. Perhaps the answers I desperately sought, the explanations for the impossible, lay within its faded pages. I approached the table cautiously, my headlamp beam fixed on the journal. The leather cover was cracked and peeling, but the pages within seemed intact. My hand trembled as I reached out, my fingers brushing against the brittle paper. The metallic tang in the air seemed to intensify slightly around the book. This was it, a direct link to whoever had inhabited this strange, isolated place. a chance to understand. My fear was still very much present, but the pull of curiosity, of the desperate need for answers, was stronger. I had to know. I had to read what was written here. As I touched the journal, a faint tremor seemed to pass through the cabin, a subtle creak of old wood and settling dust. The mist outside, visible through the gaping doorway, seemed to swirl more vigorously. I ignored it, my focus entirely on the journal, on the words waiting to be revealed. I opened the book, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs, and began to read the faded, looping script of a hand long since gone. The first entry was dated June 14, 1948. The handwriting, though faded, was strong and decisive. My name is Elias Thorne. I've come to these woods, to this solitude, seeking something. Peace, perhaps, or a new beginning after everything. This cabin, Blackwood, was my grandfather's, built with his own hands over 50 years ago. He spoke of its remoteness, of the ancient hush that settled over this valley. He was a peculiar man, always seeking the hidden corners of the world, and I find myself inheriting not just his property, but his peculiar inclination. I swallowed, the dryness in my throat reminding me how long it had been since I'd had a proper drink. Elias Thorne. So this was his story. My fingers traced the words, a connection across decades. The journey here was arduous as expected. The old logging tracks are barely passable, but the reward is this deep, pervasive quiet. It's not an empty silence, it's rich, almost alive. The trees here, they are different, older, taller. There's a weight to the air that feels ancient, pre-human. I paused, a shiver running down my spine. Elias had felt it too. The unnatural chill, the sense of an older world. It wasn't just my imagination. I've begun repairs on the cabin. It's sturdy, built for permanence, but the elements are relentless. The roof needs shoring, the windows sealing. I've brought enough supplies to last me well into the autumn. My only company are the forest creatures and my own thoughts, and that for now is exactly what I desire. The entry ended there. I turned the page, the brittle paper rustling softly. The cabin creaked, a soft groan that seemed to echo Elias' words about its sturdiness and the relentless elements. The metallic tang in the air seemed to persist, a faint, almost coppery scent beneath the mustiness. The next entry was dated a week later, June 21st, 1948. The work proceeds slowly but satisfyingly. There's a rhythm to it, a calming repetition. I've explored the immediate vicinity of the cabin. A small stream runs nearby, providing clear, cold water. The forest is a tangle of life, vibrant and wild, but there's a place deeper in that draws my eye. A denser patch of trees, even taller, even more ancient, where the light seems to dim prematurely. I haven't ventured there yet. It feels watchful. I remembered the impenetrable canopy, the perpetual twilight of the clearing. He was talking about the same place. My blood ran cold. He hadn't just stumbled upon it. He had sensed its presence from afar. I've noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The local wildlife, while abundant, seems to avoid certain areas. The deer paths veer sharply. The birdsong stops abruptly. It's as if there are invisible boundaries in these woods, respected by instinct. I find myself wondering what lies beyond them. The journal's words amplified my own unease. The absence of sound in the clearing, the sudden shift in the air. Animals knew. They felt it before humans did. My compass, an old family heirloom, has been acting strangely. At times the needle spins erratically, then settles, pointing in a direction that is not north. I've checked it against the stars, against my knowledge of the sun's path. It is consistently off, drawn to something specific, something within that deeper, darker part of the forest. I will investigate soon. Curiosity, as they say, killed the cat, but satisfaction brought it back. I stared at the words, a cold knot tightening in my stomach. His compass, the one I had dropped, the one that pointed to the pond. He had the same experience. This wasn't just a fluke. I looked up from the journal, my headlamp beam sweeping around the dusty cabin. The silence pressed in, amplifying the faint sounds of the forest outside, the rustle of leaves, the drip of water from the mist-laden roof. It felt like Elia's presence lingered here, a ghostly echo of his curiosity and his eventual dread. I picked up the old lantern he had mentioned, its glass blackened, as if it had been lit many times. It was a tangible link. The next entry, July 5th, 1948, was shorter, the handwriting a little less steady. I found it, the anomaly, the source of the compass's pull. It is unlike anything I have ever witnessed or read of in all my studies of natural history. A pond nestled in a circular clearing. It is perfectly still, preternaturally still. I threw a stone. It did not sink. It sat upon the surface as if it were solid ice, yet the water beneath was clearly liquid. This defies all known laws of physics. It is a profound, unsettling mystery. My breath hitched. He had experienced the exact same impossible phenomenon. The pebble, the perfect stillness. It was as if I was reading my own terrifying encounter, merely transposed into the past. The silence around it is absolute, not just an absence of sound, but an active, consuming quiet. It presses in, makes the ears ring. I felt a cold dread, a sense of deep intrusion. I left quickly, my mind reeling. I returned to the cabin, but the image of that obsidian surface, reflecting the trees with such perfect, horrifying clarity, remains seared into my thoughts. I cannot shake it. Elias' words were a mirror to my soul. The dread, the ringing ears, the inability to shake the image. I was not alone in my madness or my discovery. This realization, oddly enough, brought a flicker of strange comfort, even as it deepened the mystery. Someone else had seen it, understood the impossible nature of it. But what had happened to Elias Thorne? I flipped a few more pages. The entries became more frequent now, almost daily. July 6th, July 7th. I cannot stay away. It draws me, a terrible, compelling curiosity. I returned to the pond today. It was as I remembered, still dark, silent. The pebble still rested on its surface, an impossible marker. I observed it for hours, keeping my distance, trying to find a flaw, a trick. There was none. It is simply itself, a defiance of reality. Today I felt a vibration, a low hum. At first I thought it was in my head, a tension headache from the strangeness. But it grew stronger, emanating from the pond itself. It was a sound at the very edge of hearing, vibrating through the ground, through my bones. And then the light, a soft, ethereal blue, rising from its depths. It was breathtaking, terrifying. My eyes widened. He saw it all. The hum, the blue light, the slow, creeping horror of realization dawned on me. Elias Thorne didn't just stumble upon the pond. He had stayed. He had watched. The mist, the column of light and vapor, and then the form. It emerged translucent and shimmering from the heart of the mist. It was not human. It was tall, impossibly graceful, featureless, radiating a pure blue light. My fear was absolute. I ran. I ran until my lungs burned, until I collapsed, convinced it was pursuing me. He ran just like me, but he came back to this cabin to record it. He didn't just flee into the wilderness aimlessly. He had a sanctuary, this cabin. I ran my hand over the dusty table, my mind racing. What happened next? Did it follow him here? Did it simply let him go? My heart pounded with a desperate urgency to know. I am safe for now back in Blackwood. I barricaded the door, though I know it is futile against whatever that was. My mind struggles to rationalize. I am a man of science, of logic, but what I witnessed today shatters all frameworks of understanding. It was a being of pure energy, of impossible form. Its gaze, though it had no eyes, felt ancient, profoundly intelligent, and terrifyingly aware. The cold, it followed me, a pervasive chill that clings to the air around the cabin. It's not just the mountain air, it's its cold. The forest feels different now, watchful. Every creak of a branch, every rustle of leaves sends a jolt of terror through me. I hear things in the night, sounds I cannot identify, howls deep and sorrowful, unlike any animal I know. They seem to circle the cabin. My breath hitched, the howls, the same howls that had tormented me all night. They were not new, they were part of this place. They had been circling this cabin, terrifying its occupant for decades. A deep, cold despair settled over me. This wasn't just a temporary nightmare for me, it was a recurring horror, an ancient presence. I stopped reading for a moment, my headlamp beam sweeping around the cabin's single room. The flickering light caught on something in a dark corner. A rifle leaning against the wall, its wood dark and worn, its barrel glinting faintly. Elias' rifle. Had he used it? Against what? I turned back to the journal, a morbid fascination overriding my fear. July 10th, 1948. 3 nights of those howls. They are closer each time. They feel like a lament, a warning, or perhaps a call. They are not alone. There are other sounds, soft movements outside the cabin in the deepest hours of the night. I hear branches snapping, heavy footsteps, not of an animal. I peer through the cracks in the walls, but the mist is too thick. I see only shadows shifting in the gloom. My sleep is broken, plagued by nightmares of the entity. Its silent gaze, its shimmering form, I feel it watching. The compass lies on the table, its needle locked on the pond, vibrating faintly. It is a constant reminder of the impossibility I've witnessed. I've tried to leave. I walked for hours yesterday, trying to retrace my steps to the logging road, but the forest, it changed. The trees shifted. The paths vanished. I always found myself circling back, inevitably, to the cabin. This place is a trap. A cold wave of dread washed over me. The forest changed. The paths vanished. I always found myself circling back. That was my fear, that I was lost, trapped. It wasn't just me being disoriented. This place actively prevented escape. This cabin wasn't a sanctuary, it was a prison. It wants something, the pond, the entity. It draws me. There is an unbearable pull, a primal urge to return, to understand. It speaks to a part of my mind I didn't know existed, a deep, ancient longing. I fight it. I write. Writing is my anchor to sanity, my proof against the impossible. But the pull is relentless. July 12th, 1948. The howls are different now, not just lamenting, but mournful, and there is a new sound. A rustling, a slithering in the undergrowth just outside the cabin. I heard it clearly last night. I looked through the peephole I've carved in the door. I saw a shadow, long and low to the ground, moving with a disturbing undulation. It moved with a strange swiftness, then vanished into the mist. What creatures inhabit these woods, drawn by the pond's awakening? My skin crawled, a slithering shadow, not the entity, but something else. What was drawn to the pond, or to its inhabitant. The ecosystem of terror here was more complex than I had imagined. I'm running low on kerosene for the lantern. The fog outside is constant, making daylight dim even at noon. It feels like a perpetual twilight, exactly as it was in the clearing. The forest is closing in. The moss grows thicker on the cabin walls. The vines creep over the windows. It feels as if the woods themselves are reclaiming this place, suffocating it. July 15th, 1948. I made another attempt to leave. I took my rifle. I walked for hours, pushing directly west according to my sun readings. But after what felt like an eternity, the mist thinned briefly and I saw it. The same massive fir tree, the same overturned root ball, the same clearing. I was back. I was only a few hundred yards from the pond, my prison cell. I screamed. I don't know if anyone heard. I doubt it. This place absorbs all sound. The root ball, my temporary shelter. I had unknowingly stumbled into Elia's own personal hell, right next to the source of his terror. The horror of that thought settled deep in my bones. I was retracing his footsteps, trapped in the same loop, bound by the same invisible force. The entity, I saw it again. It was standing at the edge of the pond, looking towards the cabin. I felt its gaze, even from that distance through the trees. It didn't move. It just stood there, shimmering, a silent sentinel. It knows I am here. It is waiting. For what I do not know. July 17th, 1948. The howls are constant now, a symphony of ancient sorrow that cuts through the mist. They are closer, always closer. And the slithering things, I hear them right outside the walls. I think they are trying to get in. I hear them scratch at the wood, soft, persistent sounds. They are attracted to the cabin, to my presence. Are they minions, guardians, or merely other prisoners of this cursed place? I've started to see figures in the mist, not the entity, but shadows, indistinct shapes that move at the periphery of my vision. Sometimes they look almost human, but elongated, distorted by the fog. They are too fast to truly discern, but I feel their eyes on me. I'm starting to question my own sanity. Is this real, or am I simply succumbing to the solitude and the terror? My headlamp beam wavered as my hand trembled. Elia's was going through what felt like a descent into madness, mirroring my own frayed nerves. The shadows in the mist, the feeling of being watched, I hadn't seen them yet, but the mist had only just started to thicken for me. July 20th, 1948. I am writing this by the dim light of a single candle. Kerosene is gone. My food supplies are dwindling. I have tried to hunt, but the forest is strangely empty of edible game. It's as if everything has fled or been consumed. Only the creatures of the night remain, the ones that howl and scratch, and the silent watcher by the pond. I can no longer sleep. I stand watch by the door, rifle in hand. But what good is a rifle against a being of light? And what good against shadows that melt into the mist? The entity's pull grows stronger. I feel it tugging at my very soul, whispering promises of understanding, of ancient knowledge, if only I would return to the pond. It's a siren's call, and I am a tired sailor, lost at sea. Elia's writing became more erratic, the lines slanting, the ink smeared in places. His desperation was palpable. July 22nd, 1948. It visited me, not the entity but something else. A whisper through the cracks in the wall, a voice in my mind. It spoke of the pond, of its true nature. It is a gateway, a conduit, not just to another place but to another time. It is a wound in reality, bleeding pure energy into our world. And the entity, it is a guardian, or perhaps a catalyst. It spoke of cycles of awakenings. A gateway, a wound in reality. My mind struggled to process the implications. This wasn't just a strange place, it was a cosmic anomaly, and the entity, a guardian or a catalyst. My perception of the creature, terrifying as it was, began to shift. It wasn't just a monster, it was part of something far grander and more terrifying. It spoke of others, others who came before, others who were drawn to the pond, consumed by its secrets. It warned me, or perhaps it was merely informing me of my inevitable fate. The voice was deep, ancient, like the earth itself. It was the voice of the forest or something within it. The howls now have words, not words I understand, but sounds that convey meaning. Sorrow, rage, warning. They speak of the cycle of the coming change, and they speak of the feeder. What is the feeder? Is it me, or something else that is drawn here? The journal fell silent for a few pages, as if Elias had stopped writing entirely. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic drumbeat in the oppressive silence of the cabin. Had he given up? Had he succumbed? Then I found another entry, dated August 1st, 1948. The handwriting was barely legible, scrawled desperate. I am starving, my mind is fractured, the pull is too strong, the whispers are constant, the shadows outside the cabin never cease, the howls are like a dirge around my tomb. I see the entity's blue light through the trees at night, a beacon drawing me closer. The voice told me more. It spoke of the pond's purpose. It collects, it consumes, not just matter but essence, life force. And the entity, it is the harvester. It draws in those who linger, those who are drawn by its impossible allure. It feeds the wound, keeps it open. And the howls, they are the lament of those it has taken, the echoes of their trapped essence. A wave of nausea washed over me. It collects, it consumes. The howls, the lament of those it had taken. I was listening to the cries of Elias' predecessors, those who had met their end in that silent, blue-lit clearing, and I had almost been one of them. I am weak, my will is broken. I can feel it calling to me, a deep, resonant hum within my own chest. It is a part of me now. The knowledge, it is overwhelming. I understand so much, and yet nothing. I see the pattern, the cycle, the awakening, and I am merely another thread in the tapestry it weaves. I tried to fight, I really did. I put the rifle to my head, but a force stayed my hand. It wants me alive. It wants me to walk into the pond of my own free will. It wants my essence whole and aware. My eyes burned, a cold dread seizing me. He couldn't even end his own suffering. He was being prepared. The whispers are a torrent now. I see visions. Other worlds, other times, bleeding through the wound. I see beings, vast and incomprehensible, existing beyond the veil. The entity is a servant, a gatekeeper, a shepherd leading the lost souls to its master. And the mist of the mist is a part of its essence, a physical manifestation of its energy, slowly absorbing the world around it, extending its reach. I can hear the slithering. It's coming for me now, not the entity but the other things. The howls are a frenzy. They are here, at the door. They want to rush me, to drive me to the pond. They are the heralds, the hungry ones. I hear them scratching, the wood splintering. I hear them breathing, a wet, rasping sound. I see their shadows under the door, their eyes. Red, they are not animals. They are something else, something born of this place, something that feeds on fear. The journal entry abruptly ended there. The next page was blank. My heart leaped into my throat. Elias Thorne's last words, his last terrified moments, frozen on these pages. He was at the door, rifle in hand, surrounded by the scratching, red-eyed things. What happened next? Did he make it to the pond? Was he taken by the things at the door? My head snapped up, my gaze darting to the cabin door. It still hung ajar, but it was old, splintered wood. What if those things, those hungry ones, were still out there? What if they were still attracted to the cabin, to anyone who entered it, to me? The air in the cabin suddenly felt suffocating, heavier than before. The metallic tang intensified, a coppery, almost bloody scent. I could almost hear the scratching Elias described, a phantom sound under the heavy silence. I could almost feel the presence of unseen eyes watching me from the darkness outside the doorway. I scrambled backwards, away from the table, away from the journal, my headlamp beam shaking wildly. I hit the back wall, sliding down into a crouch, my backpack digging into my spine. My breath came in ragged gasps. The details Elias described were too vivid, too real. The red-eyed creatures, the slithering, the hunger. I pulled my knees to my chest, trying to make myself smaller, invisible. I was utterly terrified. I was not just lost, not just trapped, but actively hunted. This cabin, which I thought offered refuge, was nothing more than a historical record of a death sentence, now reopened for my benefit. Elias Thorne hadn't escaped. He had been consumed, and I was next. My eyes darted around the cabin. The rifle, Elias' rifle. It was still there, leaning against the wall in the corner, a dark, silent sentinel. Would it be any use? Elias had doubts. What good is a rifle against a being of light, and what good against shadows that melt into the mist? But I had nothing else. No weapon, no defense. The thought of those slithering, red-eyed creatures scratching at the door, making wet, rasping sounds. I couldn't just sit here and wait. My hands were still trembling as I pushed myself up, slowly, cautiously, my eyes fixed on the door. The mist outside still swirled, obscuring visibility, but now it felt like a living, breathing entity, hiding a multitude of unseen horrors. Every shadow seemed to coalesce, every distant sound became a threat. I made my way to the corner where the rifle stood. It was heavier than I expected, cold metal and worn wood against my trembling hands. It smelled faintly of old oil and rust. I wasn't familiar with firearms, but my grandpa had taught me the basics of gun safety, how to load and aim, years ago. A distant memory, almost forgotten, now resurfaced with urgent clarity. I checked the chamber. It was empty. I fumbled for the box of ammunition Elias must have had, my eyes scanning the dusty shelves above the rifle. There it was, a small wooden box also coated in dust. My fingers, stiff with cold and fear, struggled to open it. Inside, nestled in felt, were several rounds. I loaded the rifle, the clink of metal against metal sounding impossibly loud in the silence. The weight of the loaded weapon felt both comforting and terrifying. I was armed, but against what? My mind raced, trying to formulate a plan. Elias had tried to escape and failed. He had been drawn back to the cabin, then to the pond. The forest was a labyrinth, designed to keep its prey within reach of the harvester. What could I do differently? The only way out, the logical part of my brain screamed, was the logging road, the Subaru. But how to find it when the forest itself resisted my escape? The mist was too thick to see by, the compass useless, my sense of direction scrambled. I needed to wait for the mist to clear. But how long could I wait, and would those hungry ones come for me first? A faint sound, a scratching, barely audible, emanated from the outside wall near the corner of the cabin. My breath hitched. It was soft, hesitant, but it was there. Scratch, pause, scratch, like fingernails or claws against the old wood. My heart leaped into my throat. They were here. I gripped the rifle tighter, raising it slightly, aiming towards the source of the sound. My entire body tensed, every muscle screaming for me to run, but my feet felt rooted to the floor. I couldn't see anything through the thick walls, but the sound was real, an undeniable presence just outside. The scratching stopped. For a moment there was only silence, broken by the frantic pounding of my own heart. Then a low, wet thump against the side of the cabin, followed by a soft, guttural gurgle. It wasn't human. It wasn't an animal I recognized. It was the sound of something large, heavy, and utterly alien. I squeezed my eyes shut for a second, then forced them open. Panic was a rising tide, threatening to engulf me. I was alone, trapped, and being stalked by creatures from a nightmare, all while a shimmering entity awaited me by a forbidden pond. I had to move. I couldn't stay here. The cabin was a death trap, but where to go? The forest outside was a maze of mist and unseen horrors. My eyes fell on the journal again. Elias had gone through this. He had sought knowledge, and it had led him to his end. But he had also documented it. Perhaps there was something else in his effects, something beyond the journal, a clue, a tool, a map anything that might help me. With renewed resolve, born of sheer desperation, I decided to conduct a quick search of the cabin. I wasn't going to wait here to be taken. If I was going to die, I would do so fighting, or at least attempting to find a way out. I moved silently, rifle held ready, my headlamp beam cutting through the gloom. The cabin was small, so there weren't many places to hide anything. I checked the small, rickety bed frame. Underneath, a few dusty boxes were stacked. My hands shaking, I pulled the first box out. It was filled with old clothes, moth-eaten and damp, nothing useful. The second box contained dried rations, some old tools, and a small leather-bound pouch. I opened the pouch. Inside, nestled amongst some old coins and a tarnished silver locket, was a small, crudely drawn map on brittle, yellowed parchment. My heart leaped. A map. It wasn't a standard topographical map. It was a hand-drawn sketch of the immediate area, focusing on the logging tracks. My eyes scanned it eagerly. There was the cabin, marked with a small X, and there, faintly drawn, was the path to the pond, labeled the still pool, with a warning scrawled next to it, "Do not approach." But more importantly, the map showed a series of intersecting logging tracks, leading away from the cabin, and crucially, a larger, more defined road labeled Main Logging Road, with an arrow pointing towards a distant town. My breath caught in my throat. Hope, a fragile, trembling thing, began to bloom in my chest. Elias had drawn a detailed map of the escape route. He must have intended to use it, but why hadn't he? I always found myself circling back inevitably to the cabin. The forest itself was actively preventing escape. But if the map was accurate, it showed a specific, winding path. Maybe the trick wasn't just to walk west, but to follow a very precise, perhaps counterintuitive, route. I folded the map carefully, tucking it into my chest pocket. It was a slender thread of hope, but it was all I had. The scratching started again, louder this time, accompanied by a soft, snuffling sound from just outside the door. They were getting bolder. I couldn't stay. I made one last desperate sweep of the cabin. My headlamp beam fell on the small, crude fireplace, its chimney long since choked with debris. My eyes lingered on the mantelpiece above it. Nothing of note. But then I noticed something else. A loose stone in the hearth, slightly out of place. My fingers, guided by instinct, prodded at it. It shifted, then gave way, revealing a small, shallow cavity behind it. My heart pounded. Elias had a hiding place. Inside, wrapped in oilcloth, was another journal. This one was smaller, more personal, its leather cover even more worn, and next to it, a small, cylindrical object, metallic and tarnished, about the size of my thumb. I pulled out the journal first. Its cover was blank, save for a single, deeply etched symbol, a stylized, interlocking spiral. My heart beat a frantic rhythm. This was different. This wasn't Elias' daily log. I opened it, my headlamp fixed on the first page. The handwriting was different too. Older, more formal, almost calligraphic. And the date was shocking. May 3rd, 1897, 50 years before Elias Thorne. This was his grandfather's journal, or perhaps someone even older. I have completed the cabin. Blackwood, I call it, for the ancient, dark trees that watch over this valley. It is a place of profound solitude, ideal for my work. My research into the ancient lore of the Pacific Northwest has led me to this remote corner, guided by the whispers of the indigenous peoples, tales of a still heart in the deep woods, a place where the veil between worlds thins. Still heart, my blood ran cold. He knew. Elias' grandfather, or whoever this was, had come here specifically for the pond. This was not an accidental discovery for him. The old legends speak of a place of powerful energy, a source of life and death, guarded by ancient spirits. They call it the Gateway of Whispers, where the ancestors can be heard, and where the future sometimes bleeds into the present. I am here to witness this phenomenon, to understand its true nature, to harness its power if I can. Harness its power. This man was a scholar, a mystic, not just a logger or a homesteader. He sought to control the pond. The scratching at the door intensified, a frantic, desperate sound now. A low growl rumbled, deep and resonant. My time was running out. I quickly looked at the small, cylindrical object. It was a metal tube, capped at both ends. I twisted one end, and it unscrewed with a faint hiss. Inside, carefully rolled, was a single, very thin piece of parchment. It looked like an ancient scroll, covered in strange symbols and a detailed drawing. The drawing was unmistakable. It was the entity, but it was drawn with an unnerving precision, its elongated form, its featureless head, its faint blue glow. And around it, swirling, were the symbols, runes perhaps, a language I didn't recognize. And beneath the drawing, a single phrase, written in the same archaic script as the first journal, but this time in bold, stark letters, the warding ritual. My mind reeled, a ritual, to ward off the entity, or to control it, or perhaps to ward off those who would seek its power. The growl outside the door erupted into a furious snarl, followed by a sickening crack of wood. The door began to splinter. They were breaking in. There was no time to read the second journal, no time to decipher the scroll. My immediate survival depended on getting out, and the logging road map was my only hope. I shoved the smaller journal and the scroll back into the cavity, replacing the stone. It was too much to carry, too much to process now. My priority was escape. I had the map in my pocket, the rifle in my hands. With one last glance around the cabin, at the silent echoes of Elias Thorne's tragic end, I took a deep, shuddering breath. The air outside was thick with the growls and snarls of unseen creatures. I clutched the rifle tightly, aimed it at the splintering door, and with a desperate cry, I burst out of Blackwood Cabin into the swirling, predatory mist. I burst out of the cabin, the heavy wooden door tearing from its hinges with a sickening shriek of splintering wood and rusted nails. The mist, dense and swirling, immediately swallowed me, turning the world into a claustrophobic gray void. But even through the suffocating fog, I wasn't blind. I was greeted by a nightmare made real. Two of them. They were low to the ground, almost snake-like in their fluidity, but with thick, muscular bodies covered in coarse, dark fur that matted wetly against their skin. Their forms were vaguely canine, but grotesquely distorted. Long, slender necks terminated in heads that were too small for their powerful frames, featuring elongated snouts that twitched, sniffing the air. Their eyes, twin pinpricks of furious, baleful red, glowed eerily in the mist, fixed on me with an undeniable, ravenous hunger. They weren't animals I knew. Not wolves, not bears, not coyotes. These were something else, something born of nightmare and ancient dread. Their bodies rippled with unnatural speed, their limbs moving in a jerky, unsettling gait that was somehow both graceful and horrifying. Long, bone-like claws protruded from their paws, tearing at the damp earth as they coiled, ready to strike. A guttural snarl ripped from one of them, a wet, rasping sound that vibrated in my chest, exactly as Elias had described. The smell of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something vaguely metallic, the same metallic tang I'd noticed in the cabin, now much stronger, hit me, overwhelming my senses. My scream caught in my throat, replaced by a desperate gasp. My rifle, heavy and cold in my hands, felt woefully inadequate against these creatures. Elias' words echoed in my mind. What good is a rifle against shadows that melt into the mist? But they weren't shadows now. They were flesh and blood, albeit a horrifyingly distorted kind. Without thinking, driven by pure instinct and terror, I raised the rifle and fired. The shot ripped through the misty silence, a deafening blast that made my ears ring. A flash of muzzle fire briefly illuminated the two creatures, caught mid-lunge. The lead creature, the one directly in front of me, let out a piercing shriek as the bullet slammed into its shoulder. It stumbled, a geyser of dark, viscous blood erupting from the wound, spattering onto the mist-laden ground. Its snarl turned into a pained, guttural whimper. The second creature, momentarily startled by the blast and its companion's agony, paused, its red eyes widening slightly before narrowing again, fixing on me with an even more intense, murderous rage. Its companion, though wounded, was already scrambling to regain its footing, its movements jerky and desperate. I didn't wait. The rifle bucked in my hands from the recoil, but I quickly chambered another round, my fingers fumbling with panicked urgency. My mind, usually so analytical, was a blur of primal terror. Elias' map. I had the map. I had to run. I fired again, aiming for the second creature, but it moved with shocking speed, a dark blur in the mist. The bullet splintered a nearby tree trunk with a violent thud, showering me with bark. It was too fast, too agile. I turned and bolted, not even thinking about the map just yet. The dense undergrowth tore at my clothes, the wet ferns slapped against my face, but I pushed through, driven by the absolute certainty that if I hesitated, I was dead. Behind me, I heard the renewed snarls, the heavy thudding of paws on damp earth, closer now, gaining on me. And a new sound, a wet, slithering scrape, as if the wounded creature was dragging itself through the undergrowth, still pursuing. My lungs burned, my legs ached, but adrenaline surged through my veins, pushing me faster than I thought possible. I plunged deeper into the swirling mist, the world a disorienting haze of gray and dark green. I could hear them, closer now, their rasping breaths and low growls a terrifying counterpoint to the frantic pounding of my own heart. I risked a glance over my shoulder. Through a momentary thinning of the mist, I saw a flash of red eyes, too close, followed by a dark, surging form. They were almost upon me. Panic gave way to a desperate, calculated gamble. I dove sideways, crashing through a thicket of rhododendrons, rolling instinctively. The creatures, caught off guard by my sudden maneuver, overshot me by mere feet, their momentum carrying them past my hidden position. I heard a frustrated snarl, a furious tearing at the air where I had been. I lay still, heart hammering, pressing myself against the cold, damp earth, trying to disappear into the undergrowth. The metallic tang in the air was overwhelming here, the scent of the creatures thick and cloying. I could hear them now, just beyond the rhododendrons, circling, sniffing, their snouts making wet sounds as they tried to pick up my scent. Scratch, sniff, growl. One of them was very close, its heavy breathing audible, a deep, raspy sound. I could feel its presence, a tangible weight in the air, a predatory intelligence radiating from it. I dared not move, not even to chamber another round, for fear of betraying my position. My mind raced, Elias' map suddenly clearer than ever. I remembered the general direction of the main logging road, west. The map showed a specific series of turns, a winding path through the maze. I needed to get to that path, but first I needed to shake these hunters. My eyes scanned my immediate surroundings. A massive, ancient cedar tree loomed beside me, its trunk scarred and gnarled with centuries of life. Its roots formed a partial hollow, a small dark space that might offer temporary concealment. Taking a deep, shuddering breath, I made my move. I scrambled into the hollow, pulling my backpack in after me, trying to be as silent as possible. The space was tight, suffocating, but it offered a momentary reprieve. I gripped the rifle, pressing its cold barrel against my chest. The creatures were now actively searching, their growls growing more agitated. I heard them crashing through the rhododendrons, tearing at the leaves, their red eyes darting back and forth in the mist. Here, one of them rasped, a sickeningly human-like sound that sent a fresh wave of terror through me. Elias had mentioned the howls having words. Were these creatures capable of speech, or was it just my mind, fractured by fear, projecting meaning onto their guttural sounds? A clawed paw scraped against the bark of the cedar, just inches from my face. I squeezed my eyes shut, my heart a frantic drum against my ribs. I could feel its heat, smell its putrid breath. It was sniffing the hollow, its elongated snout nudging against the rough bark. Then a sudden, sharp yelp from the creature. It recoiled, a frantic whimpering sound, as if it had touched something painful. I heard it stumble back, thrashing in the undergrowth. What had happened? Had the cedar tree somehow defended me? Elia's grandfather's journal had mentioned ancient, dark trees that watch over this valley. Was the forest itself more than just a passive landscape? The other creature, the wounded one, let out a questioning snarl. Its companion whimpered again, a low, injured sound, before retreating a short distance. I heard their movements fade slightly, their growls turning into frustrated grumbles. They hadn't given up, but they seemed to have been momentarily deterred. This was my chance. I slowly, cautiously extracted myself from the hollow, rifle still clutched tightly. My limbs were stiff, my muscles screaming, but the immediate threat had momentarily receded. I needed the map. I fumbled in my chest pocket, pulling out the fragile, yellowed parchment. Elias had marked landmarks, specific turns. It was a lifeline. The mist was still too thick to see more than a few feet, but I had to try. I chose a direction based on the map's initial orientation, which indicated a sharp turn to the southeast before looping back west. Counterintuitive, but Elias had emphasized that the forest changed paths. Maybe this was the trick, to follow a known, specific path rather than just try to go straight. I moved as silently as possible, my senses on high alert. Every rustle of leaves, every drip of water made me jump. I could still hear the distant growls of the hungry ones, circling, their frustration evident. They were still out there, searching. I walked for what felt like an eternity, my eyes straining through the mist for any sign of the landmarks on the map. A split in an old log, a particularly gnarled fir tree, a subtle rise in the terrain. The forest was a relentless, uniform wall of green and gray, but I forced myself to trust the map, to believe Elias Thorne's desperate cartography. The air grew colder, not the chill of the mist, but a deeper, more unnatural cold that seemed to seep into my bones, a familiar, unsettling presence. It was the cold of the pond, the entity's cold. It was getting closer. Or rather, I was getting closer to its pervasive influence, even as I tried to escape. Then through the swirling curtain of mist, I saw it. A faint, ethereal glow, a pulsating blue light, almost imperceptible. It was distant but unmistakable. The pond, the entity. It was radiating its presence, a silent beacon in the oppressive gloom. And it wasn't just in one direction. I could swear I saw faint flashes of blue light from multiple points around me, shimmering and fading. Was it just the mist playing tricks, reflecting a single source? Or was its influence, its very energy, spreading, permeating the forest? A deep, sorrowful howl, identical to those that had tormented me the previous night, pierced the silence, closer now than before. It wasn't a primal cry of an animal. It was a sound imbued with a profound, ancient sadness, a lament. Elias' words came rushing back. The howls, they are the lament of those it has taken, the echoes of their trapped essence. The sound seemed to echo from all directions, swirling around me, a chorus of ghostly, trapped voices. It was agonizing, chilling me to the core. The creatures had been drawn to the cabin by my presence, and now the howls seemed to be drawing me back towards the pond, an invisible noose tightening around me. I gripped the map tighter, my hands trembling. I had to focus. I had to ignore the psychological warfare. The map indicated a sharp, almost 90-degree turn around a cluster of unusually tall, moss-covered boulders. I pushed through a particularly dense thicket, my rifle scraping against branches, and stumbled out onto a small, rocky outcrop. And there they were, the boulders. Massive, ancient, cloaked in thick emerald moss, a beacon of hope in the overwhelming gray. I had found the path. I followed the map's next instruction, a winding descent down a steep, treacherous slope, thick with loose rocks and slippery moss. I slid and stumbled, my backpack shifting precariously, but I kept moving, adrenaline dulling the aches and pains. The howls grew louder, more insistent, almost like a command. The blue light pulsed, a mesmerizing, hypnotic throb drawing my gaze. I fought against the pull, against the insidious whispers that seemed to infiltrate my mind, promising understanding, offering an end to the terror if I would just return. Elias had felt it too, the siren's call. This wasn't just a physical trap, it was a mental one, a subtle psychic assault designed to draw its victims in. As I neared the bottom of the slope, the mist thinned slightly, revealing a sight that made my heart leap with desperate hope. A faint, almost invisible track, overgrown with moss and ferns, but unmistakably man-made, the old logging road. My pace quickened, relief washing over me in a powerful, almost incapacitating wave. I was out. I was on a path to civilization, to safety. The fear and exhaustion had taken their toll, and for a moment I allowed myself to believe. But as I stumbled onto the track, the familiar, pervasive cold slammed into me, even more intense than before. The blue light, which I had thought I was leaving behind, seemed to surge, pulsating violently. And the howls, they erupted into a cacophony of anguished cries, a crescendo of despair that was overwhelming. The track beneath my feet began to shift, not literally, not in a way I could physically see, but the sense of direction, the certainty that this was the way out, fractured. The trees around me seemed to grow denser, the mist to thicken again, swirling with renewed malice. It felt like the forest itself was recoiling, resisting my escape. Elias' words echoed again, colder than ever. The forest, it changed. The trees shifted. The paths vanished. I always found myself circling back inevitably to the cabin. This place is a trap. No, not again, I couldn't be. I gripped the rifle, tears of frustration and terror stinging my eyes. I pulled out the map again, frantically trying to reorient myself. The landmarks, the turns, they all seemed to blur, to twist in my vision. The lines on the parchment seemed to squirm, mocking me. Then, through a sudden, terrifying shift in the mist, I saw it. Just ahead, where the logging track should have continued, stood an unmistakable, massive, overturned root ball. The same one I had sought shelter under yesterday. The same one Elias had seen when he realized he was trapped. I was back. I had walked in a desperate, impossible circle, right back to the edge of the pond's influence. I could feel its cold, silent presence, its insidious pull, stronger now than ever. The entity knew. It had let me run, only to herd me back, like a shepherd to its flock. Despair, absolute and crushing, settled over me. My legs gave out. I collapsed onto the damp earth, dropping the rifle, which landed with a dull thud. Tears streamed down my face, hot trails through the grime and sweat. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped. The howls, now a mournful drone, seemed to mock my failure. The blue light pulsed, drawing me, calling to me, promising an end to the terror, a strange kind of peace if I would only yield. I lay there for what felt like an eternity, utterly broken, my face pressed into the cold, damp earth. The cold of the entity was now all around me, a palpable presence, chilling me to the bone. The pervasive metallic tang in the air seemed to seep into my very skin. After an indeterminate amount of time, a new realization began to filter through my despair. I was still alive. The hungry ones hadn't pursued me to this point. The howls, though mournful, were still just sounds. The entity, though it had herded me, hadn't actively taken me. Not yet. Elias had been trapped, he had been led to his end, but he had also written, he had researched, he had found his grandfather's journal, the one detailing the warding ritual. The warding ritual. My mind, still fractured by terror, latched onto that phrase like a drowning person to a life raft. A ritual to ward off. Could it be a way out, a way to break the cycle, to escape the trap? I had left the grandfather's journal and the scroll with the ritual symbols back in the cabin, in the secret cavity. The cabin, my prison, but also my only source of potential information. The hungry ones had broken through the door. Was it still safe? Was it even still there, or had the forest consumed it? I pushed myself up slowly, painfully, my muscles screaming in protest. My backpack still lay beside me. My rifle was nearby, a silent, heavy promise of protection. I had to go back to the cabin, back to the source of Elias' knowledge to find the ritual. It was a desperate, suicidal plan, but it was the only one I had left. The alternative was to succumb, to become another lamenting howl in the entity's growing chorus. I picked up the rifle, my hand steadying with a new, grim determination. Fear was still present, a cold knot in my stomach, but it was now tempered by a fierce resolve. If I was going to be consumed, I would go in with my eyes open, armed with whatever knowledge I could gather. I turned back into the mist, retracing my steps, following the subtle shifts in the terrain I had just come from. The blue light of the pond still pulsed, and the mournful howls still echoed, but they no longer felt like an inescapable command. They felt like a challenge. The path back to the cabin was eerily silent, devoid of the aggressive growls of the hungry ones. Had they gone, or were they just waiting? The question gnawed at me, but I forced it down, focusing on one step at a time. I eventually stumbled out of the dense undergrowth, back into the small, overgrown clearing where Blackwood Cabin stood, or rather, what was left of it. The door, the one I had burst through, was completely gone. Torn from its frame, it lay shattered on the ground, reduced to splinters and twisted hinges. The opening yawned like a gaping maw, revealing the impenetrable darkness within. But it wasn't just the door. The cabin itself looked different. The moss on its walls seemed thicker, more aggressively vibrant, creeping further up the weathered planks. Vines, previously confined to the corners, now snaked across the entire facade, pushing their way into cracks and crevices, as if actively pulling the structure apart. It was as if the forest, in my brief absence, had begun to actively reclaim the cabin, consuming it at an accelerated pace. A low, persistent humming sound emanated from within the cabin, a a soft, buzzing vibration that resonated deep in my chest. It wasn't the deep, ancient hum of the pond. This was different, almost electrical, a lower frequency, but equally unsettling. The metallic tang in the air was strongest here, acrid and suffocating. I approached cautiously, rifle raised, my headlamp beam cutting through the deepening gloom within. The interior was even darker than before, the single window Elias had mentioned now completely obscured by clinging vines. The air was thick, heavy, almost viscous with the metallic scent. The humming sound grew louder, a pervasive drone that seemed to vibrate the very floorboards beneath my feet. My eyes scanned the room, searching for the fireplace, for the hidden cavity. The cabin was empty, no sign of the hungry ones, no lingering presence of Elias, just the oppressive hum and the encroaching darkness. I moved to the fireplace, my heart pounding, and knelt down. My fingers found the loose stone, now almost completely hidden by a new growth of moss and dirt. It was as if the forest was trying to bury Elias' secrets, to erase his last hopes. I prodded at the stone, pushing aside the grime. It moved just as before. I pulled it out, revealing the small, dark cavity. The two journals were still there, nestled against the damp earth, and next to them the small, cylindrical object with the scroll inside. Relief washed over me, potent and immediate. They hadn't been taken, not yet. I carefully extracted the grandfather's journal and the metal tube, tucking them into my backpack. I didn't want to leave them again. Elias Thorne's journal, the one I had been reading, was still on the table, open to the last, desperate entry. I picked it up, intending to put it away to safeguard all the knowledge. As my fingers brushed against the leather cover, the humming intensified, erupting into a jarring, high-pitched whine that made my teeth ache. The entire cabin vibrated violently, a deep, resonant tremor that shook the very foundations. Dust, dirt, and dried leaves rained down from the ceiling. A blinding flash of pure, electric blue light erupted from the open pages of Elias' journal. It wasn't the soft, ethereal glow of the entity or the pond. This was a raw, aggressive surge of energy, crackling and spitting like a caged storm. The journal itself began to shimmer, its faded pages now glowing with an internal blue light, the looping script of Elias Thorne's words twisting and distorting, as if writhing in agony. The metallic tang in the air became unbearable, searing my nostrils, making my eyes water. I gasped, dropping the journal as if it were burning me. It landed on the dusty table with a soft thump, but the blue light continued to pulse, its intensity growing with each throb. The pages began to curl and blacken at the edges, slowly, inexorably, as if being consumed by an unseen flame. The words, Elias' desperate story, were being erased, burnt from existence by this strange, blue energy. The cabin continued to shake, groaning and protesting. More planks splintered, more vines tightened their grip. It was as if the forest, or whatever ancient power controlled it, was actively destroying the last vestiges of human presence, and particularly the records of its secrets. I stared horrified as Elias Thorne's journal, his final testimony, turned to ash before my very eyes. The blue light intensified one last time, a silent explosion of energy, and then, with a soft poof, the journal disintegrated entirely, leaving behind only a fine layer of luminous blue dust on the table. The humming stopped abruptly, the vibrations ceased. An oppressive silence descended upon the cabin, heavier and more profound than before. The metallic tang slowly began to recede. I stood there, trembling, rifle still clutched in my hand, staring at the empty space where the journal had been. Elias' words, his warnings, his desperation, all erased. It was a terrifying, chilling display of power, a direct message from whatever intelligence governed this place. No record, no escape, no knowledge. My only remaining hope, the grandfather's journal and the ritual scroll, were now tucked away in my backpack. I had to assume they contained the crucial information, the knowledge that this entity or its masters were so keen to suppress. I couldn't stay here another second. The cabin was actively collapsing, and the presence that had destroyed the journal was still here, silent, watchful. I turned and fled, not daring to look back, pushing through the shattered doorway and out into the swirling, persistent mist. The howls had ceased. The blue light of the pond was no longer visible. The forest was utterly silent, a dense, suffocating blanket of gray and green. It felt like I had just passed a test, or perhaps triggered a new phase of the game. I was alone, armed with a rifle, a hidden map, a secret journal, and a scroll, all within a backpack that now felt like a lead weight. And I was back in the trackless wilderness, knowing that the forest itself was my enemy, actively preventing my escape, herding me towards its ultimate purpose. My focus was now entirely on the grandfather's journal and the warding ritual. If I was to have any chance, any hope of surviving this impossible ordeal, I needed to understand what was written in those ancient pages. I needed to understand the rules of this place, the true nature of the pond, and the power of the entity. But the mist was still thick. Night was approaching again, threatening to plunge me back into the terror of the previous night. I needed shelter. I needed light. I needed to decipher the ancient script. And I needed to do it quickly, before the hungry ones returned, before the entity made its next move, before the forest closed in completely. I stumbled through the mist, trying to put distance between myself and the rapidly decaying cabin. Every rustle of leaves, every snapping twig, sent a jolt of terror through me. The silence was even more unnerving than the howls, an expectant quiet, as if the forest was holding its breath, waiting for my next move. I knew I couldn't wander aimlessly. Elias had taught me that lesson painfully. I needed a secure place, however temporary, to make sense of the new information I had. My headlamp was still working, but its beam was weak, fading. I had conserved its batteries, but for how long? I pushed on, my mind racing, desperately searching for anything that resembled a natural shelter. The thought of setting up my tent again, of making myself vulnerable, was sickening. I needed something solid, something the forest wouldn't consume while I slept. After what felt like an eternity, through a small break in the mist, I saw it. Not a cabin, not a root ball, but something different. A natural rock formation, a shallow cave or overhang, nestled into the side of a steep, moss-covered ridge. It wasn't perfect, but it was solid, offering protection from the elements and a sense of being partially hidden. I scrambled towards it, my legs burning, my chest heaving. The entrance was narrow, barely wide enough for me to squeeze through, but that was a good thing. It offered a defensible position, a choke point. I crawled inside, shedding my backpack with a grunt of exhaustion. The air within the small cave was damp and smelled faintly of earth and minerals, but it was blessedly free of the metallic tang of the hungry ones or the cold of the entity. I switched on my headlamp. The beam, weaker now, cut a small circle of light in the oppressive darkness of the cave. The walls were rough-hewn rock, scarred by time, beaded with moisture. It was cold, but it was shelter. And for the first time since leaving the Subaru, I felt a faint, fragile sense of security. I pulled out my backpack, carefully extracting the grandfather's journal and the metal tube containing the scroll. These were my last hope. my only weapons against an unimaginable horror. I opened the older journal, Elia's grandfather's, with trembling hands. Its cover, with the interlocking spiral symbol, felt ancient, imbued with a strange power. The date on the first page, May 3rd, 1897, felt impossibly distant, a voice from another century speaking across time. I have completed the cabin. Blackwood, I call it, for the ancient, dark trees that watch over this valley. It is a place of profound solitude, ideal for my work. My research into the ancient lore of the Pacific Northwest has led me to this remote corner, guided by the whispers of the indigenous peoples, tales of a still heart in the deep woods, a place where the veil between worlds thins. I had read these lines before, but now, in the oppressive silence of the cave, they took on a new, chilling significance. This man, Elia's ancestor, was no accidental tourist. He was a seeker drawn by purpose. The old legends speak of a place of powerful energy, a source of life and death, guarded by ancient spirits. They call it the Gateway of Whispers, where the ancestors can be heard, and where the future sometimes bleeds into the present. I am here to witness this phenomenon, to understand its true nature, to harness its power if I can. Harness its power. That phrase, unsettling the first time I read it, now sent a fresh shiver down my spine. What kind of man, facing such an impossible, alien force, would seek to control it? I turned the page, eager for more. The handwriting, though still formal, seemed to carry an almost obsessive tone, the letters sharper, more pronounced. June 1st, 1897. My preliminary observations of the still heart confirm the legends. The water is impossibly calm, reflecting the heavens with an eerie perfection. The indigenous accounts speak of its unmoving reflection being a window, not just a surface. I have tested its physical properties. A stone, when placed upon its surface, does not sink, but rests as if on solid glass. This defies the very fabric of our reality, indicating a localized distortion in the fundamental laws of physics, a place where the usual rules do not apply. A localized distortion in the fundamental laws of physics. That was a rationalist's attempt to explain the impossible, a scientific mind grappling with something beyond its ken. The air around the still heart is charged, though subtly. I perceive it not through common senses, but through a deeper, almost instinctual part of my being. There is a low vibration at the edge of hearing, which I believe is the primary energy signature of the phenomenon. It draws me, a powerful, almost seductive pull, promising untold knowledge and revelation. Seductive pull, knowledge and revelation. This man wasn't terrified like Elias and I. He was drawn, fascinated by the promise of power. I have observed the local fauna. They avoid the clearing, sensing the anomaly. Their fear is a good indicator of its potency. But certain creatures, those of the deep forest, those closer to the ancient earth, seem attuned to it. I have seen massive, shadowy forms slithering through the undergrowth at night, their eyes glowing faintly, drawn by the emanations. The legends call them the Watchers, or the Old Ones, guardians of the threshold, or perhaps simply other forms of life native to this unique distortion. The Watchers, the Old Ones, so Elia's hungry ones were known, not just by the indigenous peoples, but by this man a century ago. They were not new, they were part of this place. July 10th, 1897. My compass is useless here. Its needle spins wildly in the vicinity of the still heart, then fixes on the center of the pond, regardless of magnetic north. This further confirms my theory. The still heart is a focal point, a nexus of energies beyond our understanding. The indigenous shamans describe it as a gate to the otherworld, a place where spirits cross over, where ancient beings reside. I have begun to delve deeper into the esoteric texts, searching for parallels. The legends of ley lines, of places of power, of ancient portals, they all seem to resonate with the still heart. This is not merely a natural wonder, it is a nexus, a conduit for something vast and incomprehensible. I believe it is a living entity in itself, a consciousness far beyond human comprehension, using this physical form as its anchor to our reality. A living entity, a consciousness. My mind reeled. The pond itself was alive, not just a source for the entity, but the entity itself in a different form. August 1st, 1897, I witnessed its awakening. The hum intensified, vibrating through the very bedrock. The blue light rose from the depths, an ethereal mist coalescing above the pond. And then the form. It emerged, elegant and terrifying, a being of pure light and intent. It had no eyes, no mouth, yet I felt its gaze, its profound awareness. It is the harvester of the indigenous tales, the shepherd of souls. It collects what passes through the gate or what is drawn to it. The harvester, the shepherd of souls. This explained Elia's chilling realization. It collects, it consumes, not just matter but essence, life force. This ancient journal confirmed the horror. The entity was not merely a guardian, it was an active participant in a terrible cosmic process. I did not flee, I observed. My terror was profound, but my scientific curiosity and my spiritual hunger were stronger. It demonstrated its power, moving objects with its will. It acknowledged my presence, though it did not directly engage. I felt it probing my mind, sifting through my thoughts, assessing my potential. He didn't run, he watched, and it probed his mind. This man was a different breed of explorer. I have returned to Blackwood shaken but resolute. The harvester is not hostile in the conventional sense. It is indifferent, a force of nature. But its purpose is antithetical to human life. It draws, it collects, it consumes. And those who are drawn too close, who linger too long, become part of its sustenance, their essence woven into the fabric of the gateway. Elia's lamenting howls, the echoes of trapped essence. It was all true, all of it. I have studied the indigenous lore further, seeking methods of protection. The warding rituals are key. They are not rituals of combat, but of deflection. They do not seek to destroy the harvester, for that would be akin to fighting a storm. Instead, they seek to make oneself invisible, unwanted, undesirable to its attention. They are a means to sever the connection, to break the pull, to escape its notice. The most powerful of these rituals, the ritual of unbinding, requires a specific focus, a symbol of detachment, crafted with intent, and it requires a specific incantation, spoken in the old tongue, a language that predates human speech, understood by the ancient spirits of this place. My breath hitched, the ritual of unbinding. This was it. This was my chance. A way to escape, not by fighting, but by becoming invisible. I have begun to transcribe the symbols, the incantations, into a separate, more secure document. The harvester is drawn to consciousness, to awareness. A journal filled with such knowledge would be a beacon, a dangerous attractant. Therefore, the ritual itself must be kept separate, hidden in a form that resonates with its ancient power, a scroll. He had foreseen it. He knew that knowledge was a dangerous attractant. He had hidden the ritual away, hoping to protect it. That was why Elia's journal was destroyed, but this one and the scroll were spared for a while longer. I quickly pulled out the metal tube, twisting open its cap. Inside, rolled tightly, was the thin piece of parchment. I unrolled it carefully. the brittle paper crackling softly in the dim
Light.
The parchment was ancient, its surface covered in a series of intricate symbols and glyphs, unlike anything I had ever seen. They weren't letters or words in any human language, but rather a complex tapestry of interlocking lines, curves, and angles, each seemingly imbued with a specific, silent meaning. At the center of the scroll, a larger, more elaborate symbol dominated, a swirling vortex of energy that echoed the interlocking spiral on the journal's cover, but with added, sharp-edged elements that suggested both binding and release. Beneath this central symbol, a short series of glyphs, distinct from the others, seemed to form an incantation. They were bold, almost aggressive in their design, radiating a strange, guttural power even in their written form. This must be the old tongue Elia's ancestor had mentioned, a language of pure intent and ancient power. I traced the symbols with a trembling finger, my headlamp beam flickering, its light growing noticeably dimmer. Time was running out. I had to understand this. I flipped back to the grandfather's journal, searching for any further explanation of the ritual or the symbols. The pages that followed the mention of the ritual of unbinding were filled with detailed sketches of the symbols, each accompanied by small, meticulously scribbled notes. The ritual of unbinding is not a simple spell, but an act of psychic reorientation. It demands a complete severance of intent from the harvester's influence. The entity feeds on consciousness, on the awareness of those it draws to itself. To become invisible is to withdraw one's conscious intent from its sphere of influence, to become emotionally and spiritually inert to its call. Emotionally and spiritually inert, easier said than done when faced with such raw terror. The central symbol represents the self, the core of one's being. The swirling lines signify the conscious and subconscious mind, and the sharp edges represent the breaking of unwanted bonds. It is a declaration of autonomy, a refusal to be consumed. I looked at the scroll again, seeing the symbol now through the lens of this explanation. It was a shield, a defiant no to the entity's siren song. The smaller glyphs, the old tongue incantation, are crucial. They are not merely sounds, but vibrations. Each syllable corresponds to a specific energetic frequency that disrupts the harvester's psychic pull. To utter them incorrectly is to invite its full attention, for the language itself is a direct channel to the ancient forces of this place. Pronunciation must be exact, the intent behind each sound pure. Pure intent, exact pronunciation. How was I supposed to pronounce a language that predated human speech? My heart sank. This was far more complex than I had hoped. The journal contained diagrams of mouth positions, tongue placements, and breath control techniques, all meticulously drawn. It was like a linguistic primer for an alien language. The first syllable, the journal continued, is a deep guttural sound, originating from the diaphragm, a primal assertion of self. It is a sound of defiance, akin to a beast's challenge, not of aggression, but of inviolability. Let your fear be channeled, not into panic, but into this foundational roar of self-preservation. It is a no that vibrates through the very bones of the earth. I tried to mimic the diagram, a deep breath, a guttural sound. It came out as a pathetic croak. My throat was dry, constricted by fear. The second syllable is a hiss, long and sustained, a release of unwanted energy, like steam escaping a pressure valve. It cleanses the pathways, clearing the mind of the harvester's whispers. It must be prolonged, a cleansing exhalation. I tried a weak, reedy hiss. This was going to be impossible. The third syllable is a high-pitched hum, emanating from the nasal passages, a resonance that vibrates within the skull. It is a sealing sound, a closing of the self to external influences, creating a psychic barrier. It must be felt, a vibration, not just heard. My headlamp flickered again, dimming even further. I was losing light. I was losing time. Panic threatened to overwhelm me again, but I forced it down. This was my only chance. Elia's ancestor had done this, had meticulously documented it. He must have believed it worked. I took a deep breath, trying to empty my mind of everything but the diagrams, the intent. I imagined the sheer terror I felt, the desperate will to survive, to channel it into that first guttural sound. Angrewi chessssssmmmmm voraya. The journal had the full incantation, broken down phonetically, with diagrams for each sound. It was long, complex, and looked utterly alien. How could I hope to master it in a few fading minutes of light? I realized I couldn't just read it. I had to feel it. The grandfather's journal wasn't just a technical manual, it was a spiritual guide. I started over, taking a deeper breath, letting the fear, the anger, the desperation coalesce. I pictured the entity, the pond, the hungry ones, everything that sought to consume me. And I gathered my resolve, my core self, ready to assert its inviolability. The first sound came out, a ragged, raw on. It was deeper than before, a low, grating sound from my chest, vibrating through the small cave. It still wasn't perfect, but it felt closer. I followed with the sustained hiss, forcing a long, steady breath, imagining the entity's cold influence being expelled. HSSSSSSSS. It was weak, but I felt a subtle release, a momentary clearing in my mind. The whispers seemed to recede, if only for an instant. Then the hum of vibrating resonance in my skull. MMMMMM. It was faint, but I could feel it, a subtle pressure behind my eyes. I kept going, struggling through each syllable, my voice raw, my body tense. The headlamp beam grew weaker, turning into a dull orange glow, then flickered erratically before dying completely, plunging the cave into absolute darkness. Terror, cold and visceral, seized me again. I was blind, utterly blind. The darkness was absolute, suffocating. I couldn't see the journal, couldn't see the scroll. I was lost. No, I wouldn't yield. I had to rely on memory, on the feeling of the sounds. I had practiced a few. I had to try. I gripped the journal and scroll, clutching them tight. I closed my eyes, even though it made no difference, and focused inward. I remembered the central symbol, the swirling vortex, the defiant no. I remembered the intent, severance, invisibility, rejection. I started again, the silence of the cave amplifying my voice, making it sound strangely alien even to my own ears. AHN and NGRA HISSSSSSSSSMMMMMMBO HHHRHASSSHH UKRAZIILOHHDSS. I chanted the entire incantation, desperately trying to recall the exact phonetics from the journal, letting my primal fear and desperate will to live fuel each syllable. My voice cracked, wavered, but I pushed through, pouring every ounce of my being into the sounds. As I uttered the final syllable, TESS, a strange sensation washed over me. It wasn't physical, but something deeper, a profound shift within my perception. It was as if a heavy cloak had been lifted or a veil had dropped. The suffocating presence of the entity, the cold, the metallic tang, it all seemed to diminish, to recede into the background, not gone, but muted, distanced. The oppressive silence of the forest outside the cave, which had felt so menacing, now seemed merely silent. The whispers in my mind, the siren's call to the pond, had gone quiet. The profound, inescapable pull was still there, a faint resonance deep in my chest, but it was no longer demanding, no longer overwhelming. It was just there. I opened my eyes even though there was no light. The darkness was still absolute, but it no longer felt quite so terrifying. I felt calmer, drained, exhausted, but with a new, fragile sense of peace. Had it worked? Had the ritual of unbinding made me invisible to the harvester? Just as this thought formed, a new sound cut through the silence. A soft, wet thump from just outside the cave entrance. Then another, and another. Slow, deliberate footsteps. Heavy, dragging, as if something massive was moving cautiously. The hungry ones, they hadn't given up. The ritual might have deflected the entity, but it hadn't made me invisible to its physical enforcers. Or perhaps the ritual had simply shifted the focus, making me less attractive to the harvester, but more obvious to its hounds. A low growl rumbled, deep and guttural, vibrating through the cave floor. It was close, too close. I could hear its rasping breath, the wet snuffling as it tried to pick up my scent, and then a series of frantic, desperate scratches against the rock face just outside the entrance, followed by a frustrated whine. They knew I was here. They could smell me. The ritual might have changed something, but it hadn't made me disappear from their physical senses. I fumbled in the darkness, my hand searching for my rifle. I found it, cold and solid, and gripped it tight. I chambered around, the metallic clink echoing loudly in the enclosed space. The lack of light was a massive disadvantage. I couldn't see them, couldn't aim. The growling intensified, turning into a furious snarl. I heard a sickening scrape as something large and heavy tried to force its way through the narrow entrance, its claws raking against the rock. The cave was small, a natural choke point. If they could get in, I was dead. I aimed the rifle blindly at the entrance, my heart hammering. I had to wait for them to come into range, or for some part of them to be visible. Suddenly, a blinding flash of red light erupted from the entrance. Not a muzzle flash, but the glowing eyes of one of the creatures, inches from my face, peering into the darkness. It had found me. I screamed, involuntary and primal, and pulled the trigger. The rifle roared, the muzzle flash momentarily illuminating the grotesque, elongated snout and the furious red eyes of the creature. The bullet slammed into it with a sickening wet thud. It shrieked, a high-pitched, guttural sound of agony, and recoiled violently, thrashing and clawing at the cave entrance. I heard it fall back, its heavy body hitting the ground with a dull thump. Its snarls turned into pained whimpers, followed by desperate, struggling sounds. I had hit it. But then another flash of red eyes directly above the first, followed by a second growl, closer now. They were not alone. I fired again, blindly aiming for the new set of eyes. Another shriek, another thump, another wounded creature. But I was wasting ammunition. I had to make every shot count. The entrance was a swirling chaos of red eyes, dark fur, and furious growls. They were trying to get through, scrambling over their wounded companions. I could hear their claws scratching at the rock, their wet snouts pushing into the opening. The air filled with the coppery tang of their blood, mixed with their putrid, musky scent. I aimed for the center of the chaos and fired a third time. The bullet ricocheted off the cave wall with a whine, sending sparks flying, illuminating the horrific scene for a split second. I saw at least 3 of them, snarling and writhing, their red eyes burning with insane rage. This wasn't working. I was trapped, blind, and running out of bullets. I needed a new plan. The grandfather's journal. There had to be something else. something about dealing with the watchers or old ones. I fumbled in my backpack again, pulling out the journal, my fingers frantically flipping through the pages in the absolute darkness. The watchers are drawn to consciousness, yes, but also to fear, to panic. They are predators of the spirit as much as of the flesh. The ritual of unbinding makes one less appetizing to the harvester, but the watchers are different. They are the physical agents, the forest's immune system, seeking to eliminate those who disrupt the balance, those who refuse to be drawn into the cycle. Their weakness lies in their reliance on primal senses, sight, sound, scent. The old tongue incantations, if pronounced with precise intent, can also act as deterrents, creating localized energetic distortions that confuse or repel them, not by force but by disruption of their predatory instincts. Disruption of their predatory instincts. Yes, I didn't need to kill them, just scare them off, confuse them long enough to escape. The incantation for deterrence is simpler, focusing on disorienting frequencies. A series of sharp, percussive clicks and whistles, combined with a low, resonant drone. It mimics the disorienting calls of certain subterranean creatures, which these watchers instinctively avoid. The journal provided the glyphs and phonetic pronunciations for this new incantation. K-tharchhhkksssh drawn, a series of harsh, sharp sounds. I put the rifle down, grabbing the journal with one hand, bracing myself with the other. My voice was hoarse, my throat burning, but I had to try. The sounds of the creatures at the entrance were growing more frantic. One of them was trying to squeeze its way in, its snout already past the lip of the opening. I took a deep breath and unleashed the new incantation into the darkness. K-tharchhhkksssh My voice was a desperate, guttural explosion of sounds, mimicking the percussive clicks and whistles, followed by a sustained, low drone that resonated deep within my chest. I poured all my fear, all my will to survive into the words. The effect was instantaneous and dramatic. The creature whose snout had breached the entrance let out a frantic yelp, a sound of absolute terror, and recoiled violently. The growls from the other creatures turned into confused, panicked whimpers. I heard them crashing into each other, their movements becoming disorganized, clumsy. The piercing red eyes, which had been fixed on me with such ferocity, now darted wildly, confused, as if they couldn't quite pinpoint my location, or perhaps as if my location was suddenly deeply unsettling to them. The intense, predatory focus seemed to shatter, replaced by a frantic disorientation. K-tharchhhkksssh I chanted again, louder this time, my voice gaining strength, conviction. The sounds of the hungry ones at the entrance turned into a panicked frenzy. They thrashed, stumbled, and then with a desperate burst of speed, I heard them retreat, their heavy footsteps fading rapidly into the mist. Their confused whimpers and low growls diminished, until finally there was only the sound of my own ragged breathing, echoing in the suffocating darkness of the cave. Silence, utter, complete silence. I slumped back against the cave wall, adrenaline still coursing through my veins, my body trembling uncontrollably. My voice was raw, my throat aching, but I had done it. I had driven them away. The ancient knowledge, the old tongue, had worked. I sat there for a long time, listening to the silence, waiting for any sign of their return. But they didn't. The sounds of the forest slowly returned, the gentle drip of water, the rustle of leaves, no longer menacing, just natural. The metallic tang in the air had also completely faded. I was safe for now. But I was still in absolute darkness, my headlamp dead. I had to conserve what little I had left. My phone was a useless brick, and my backup flashlight, if I had one, was buried deep in my pack, probably dead too. The only light I had was the faint, lingering glow of the scroll and the grandfather's journal, which seemed to emanate a subtle, blue-white light in the absolute darkness. It wasn't enough to see by, but it was enough to reassure me that they were real, that I wasn't entirely alone. I leaned my head back, my eyes closed, trying to process everything that had happened. The ritual of unbinding, the deterrence incantation, this was a game changer. It meant I wasn't utterly helpless. Elia's ancestor had provided the tools. Now I just needed to use them effectively. But the larger problem remained. I was still lost, still trapped in the forest. The ritual had made me less visible, but not truly free. The forest still twisted paths, the compass was still useless, and the entity, though muted, was still there, still a profound, ancient presence. I realized I couldn't move in the dark. It would be suicidal. I had to wait for dawn. But what would dawn bring? More mist, more traps. I huddled deeper into the cave, clutching the journal and scroll. I needed to sleep, to rest, but my mind was too wired. I opened the journal again, letting the faint blue-white light from its pages illuminate the ancient script. I had read so much already, but I needed to know more. I needed to know everything this man knew. The next entries detailed his continued observations of the pond and the harvester. September 1st, 1897. The ritual of unbinding has proven effective. The harvester no longer perceives me with the same directness. Its gaze, which once felt like a physical pressure, is now diffuse, as if I am merely a faint ripple in a vast ocean. The whispers have ceased. I am invisible to its immediate designs, a ghost in its hunting grounds. However, the watchers remain. They are persistent, driven by instinct. The deterrence incantations work, but they are temporary. They repel, but do not destroy. They will eventually adapt or find a way around the psychic distortions. This is a constant battle, a continuous reassertion of one's will against their primal hunger. The constant battle. Elias had fought it and lost. I had won a battle, but the war was far from over. October 15th, 1897. My understanding of the still heart deepens. It is not merely a gate to another time, as the indigenous tales suggest. It is a conduit to multiple realities, to other dimensions, all existing simultaneously, bleeding into our own through this wound in reality. I have seen glimpses, visions of impossibly vast landscapes, of beings that defy description, shifting and reforming in the periphery of my awareness. The harvester is merely a sentinel at this nexus, a shepherd for whatever crosses or is drawn through these veils. Other realities, beings that defy description. My mind struggled to comprehend the implications. This was not just a local anomaly. It was a cosmic crossroads, a tear in the fabric of existence. November 22nd, 1897. I have studied the patterns of the mist. It is not natural fog. It is a manifestation of the still heart's energy, a physical extension of its influence. It spreads slowly, inexorably, absorbing the world around it, altering the very composition of the forest. The trees themselves are changing, becoming more attuned to the energies of the pond, becoming extensions of its will. This explained the cabin's rapid decay, the aggressive vines. The forest was becoming a living extension of the entity. The mist also seems to carry something else. Faint impressions, echoes of those who have been consumed. I can hear their thoughts, their fears, their despair. The howls are not just sounds, they are psychic imprints, residual echoes of trapped consciousness. They call to me, trying to lure me back to share their fate. It is a subtle form of mental attack, a constant drain on one's will. The howls were a psychic attack. They were trying to break my will. But now, after the ritual of unbinding, they seemed distant, muted. The ritual had worked on multiple levels. December 10th, 1897. My time here is drawing to a close. My research is complete. I have charted the energies, understood the harvester's purpose, and most importantly, found a way to resist its pull. But I cannot remain. This place transforms all who linger. Even with the ritual, the constant psychic pressure, the unending vigilance against the watchers, it takes its toll. My spirit is weary. My purpose was to understand, not to become another thread in its tapestry. He knew he couldn't stay. This man, for all his bravado and thirst for knowledge, recognized the limits of human endurance against such forces. I have developed a counter-strategy for escape. The forest itself is aligned with the still heart, making direct retreat impossible. It twists paths, creates illusions, and herds the unsuspecting back to the nexus. However, the energy field of the still heart, while vast, is not uniform. There are subtle distortions, anomalies, where its influence is temporarily weakened, or where the currents of reality briefly align in a favorable manner. These windows of opportunity are fleeting and unpredictable, but they can be detected, not by conventional means, but by a specific mental attunement, a sensitivity to the subtle shifts in the ambient energy. The old tongue possesses specific glyphs and incantations for this purpose, the ritual of the shifting path. It does not guarantee escape, but it reveals the momentary vulnerabilities in the forest's labyrinthine design. The ritual of the shifting path, another ritual, this was it. This was my way out. Not a map, not a direction, but a way to perceive the path. The ritual of the shifting path requires a deep meditative state, a silencing of the conscious mind to perceive the subconscious flows of reality. The incantation is a series of soft, murmuring sounds designed to open one's inner eye to these subtle currents. It is a listening rather than a demanding. The journal went on to describe the specific glyphs and phonetics for this ritual. It was less forceful than the deterrence spell, more introspective. I will depart at dawn. I have meticulously documented all my findings, securing this journal and the scroll in a hidden cavity within Blackwood Cabin, hoping that this knowledge might one day aid another unfortunate soul who stumbles upon this place. I pray it will not be used for ill, for the power of the still heart is immense and utterly beyond human control. It can only be understood, and if one is wise, avoided. He had escaped. Elia's ancestor had made it out. This was not a fool rushing to his death. He was a pioneer, a survivor, leaving breadcrumbs for those who followed. My heart swelled with a mixture of hope and terror. Hope because a path to escape existed. Terror because it relied on ancient rituals, a fading headlamp, and a deep understanding of a world beyond human comprehension. I could hear the first faint sounds of pre-dawn. The absolute darkness was softening, turning into a dull, velvety gray. A new day was beginning. I knew what I had to do. I had to learn the ritual of the shifting path. I needed to open my mind, to perceive the forest's subtle currents, to find the fleeting window of opportunity. But first, I needed to gather my strength. My muscles ached, my head throbbed, and exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me. I needed to eat, to drink, to prepare myself for what would undoubtedly be the most challenging day of my life. I fumbled in my backpack, locating the last of my meager rations, a protein bar and a small bottle of water. I ate and drank slowly, savoring every bite, every drop. My mind was already rehearsing the incantation for the shifting path, trying to commit the sounds to memory, to understand the intent behind each soft, murmuring syllable. As the gray light outside the cave grew stronger, painting the mist with faint hues of silver and pearl, I felt a renewed sense of resolve. I had survived the night. I had survived the hungry ones. I had the knowledge, the tools. I stood up, stretching my stiff limbs. The rifle felt heavy but reassuring. The grandfather's journal and the scroll, tucked safely back into my backpack, felt like a powerful amulet. I still didn't know where the logging road truly was, or how far, but I no longer needed a physical map. I needed to learn to see with the inner eye, to attune myself to the forest's hidden currents. I took a deep breath, the cold, damp air filling my lungs. The mist was still thick, but now instead of a suffocating blanket, it felt like a challenge, a puzzle to be solved. I stepped out of the cave, back into the swirling, gray world, ready to face the next stage of my impossible journey. The ritual of the shifting path was my only hope. I would learn it, I would use it, and I would escape this living, hungry forest. But as I began to scan the landscape, trying to attune my mind to the subtle shifts, to perceive the windows of opportunity, a new, unsettling detail emerged from the shifting mist. A faint, almost translucent shimmer, like heat rising from pavement on a hot day, hovered just a few hundred yards away. It wasn't the blue light of the entity, nor the red glow of the watchers. This was different. It was almost invisible, a distortion in the very fabric of the air, creating a subtle blurring of the trees behind it. And then through this shimmering distortion, for a fleeting moment, I saw it. Not a vision, not an illusion, but something solid, concrete. A glimpse of another time, another reality, bleeding through the wound. A vast, ancient forest, but one utterly alien. Trees with bark that glowed with an internal, soft purple light. Undergrowth that pulsed with faint, bioluminescent spores. And moving amongst these impossible flora, a fleeting shadow, too quick to discern, but undeniably large, powerful, and utterly alien. It was gone in an instant, swallowed by the mist, but the image was seared into my mind. The grandfather's words echoed, a conduit to multiple realities, to other dimensions, all existing simultaneously, bleeding into our own through this wound in reality. The shimmer was a localized bleeding of realities, a raw manifestation of the gateway itself. My breath hitched, my escape depended on using the rituals to navigate this reality. But what if the path led me not to my Subaru, but through one of these shifting, shimmering windows into another, far more terrifying dimension? Elia's ancestor had charted an escape, but he hadn't spoken of these direct visual bleeds. Had they intensified since his time, or was I just seeing them because my mind was now attuned to the subtle energies? The thought was paralyzing. Could I trust the ritual? Could I trust this forest, which was an extension of the entity, to lead me back to my own world? Or would it simply lead me to another form of consumption, a different dimension in which to become another lost soul? The morning mist swirled, obscuring the shimmering distortion, but I knew it was still there, an unseen portal, a silent invitation to an unknown fate. The path ahead was not just physical, it was existential. I had to decide, trust the ancient knowledge, the ritual of the shifting path, and hope it led me home, or succumb to despair and become another lamenting howl. My hand instinctively went to my backpack, to the journal and scroll within. Elia's ancestor had escaped. He had found a way. I had to believe that. But the image of that alien forest, the glowing trees, the impossible shadow, lingered in my mind, a a chilling reminder of the true nature of this wound in reality. The stakes had just become infinitely higher. I wasn't just trying to get out of a forest, I was trying to get out of a nexus of realities. I took another deep breath, trying to steady my racing heart. The ritual. I had to focus on the ritual, one step at a time. The first step was to learn to perceive, to listen, to feel the currents. The second, to choose a path. And the third, to pray it led to my own world, and not to one of those shimmering, alien realms. The mist was a blank canvas, waiting for me to paint my escape, but it could also be a wall keeping me in. I focused, pushing all other thoughts aside, trying to quiet my mind, to open my inner eye. I began to softly murmur the first syllables of the ritual of the shifting path, feeling the subtle vibrations resonate within me, trying to sense the forest's hidden currents, to find the faintest hint of a window of opportunity. The journey had become not just a physical struggle, but a spiritual and mental test of my very sanity. The murmuring sounds of the ritual of the shifting path felt strange on my tongue, soft and introspective, a stark contrast to the guttural defiance of the unbinding and the sharp, percussive clicks of the deterrence spell. Each syllable was meant to open an inner ear, to quiet the conscious mind and perceive the subconscious flows of reality. It was a listening, a feeling, more than a commanding. Shi-I-Rai-Alani I-Visa-Zi, I whispered, trying to recall the exact phonetics and the corresponding intent from the grandfather's journal. My voice was still raw, my throat burning from the night's desperate chanting. The first few attempts were clumsy, my mind still racing with fear and the lingering image of the alien forest. It was hard to silence the part of me that screamed for a clear path, a tangible direction, and instead surrender to something so abstract. The mist swirled around me, a thick, living presence. It felt like trying to hear a whispered secret in a hurricane. I closed my eyes, picturing the glyphs from the journal, trying to connect with the deep meditative state Elia's ancestor had described. This wasn't just about making sounds, it was about shifting my perception, aligning my consciousness with the subtle energy fluctuations of the forest itself. I took a deep breath, pushing down the panic, the exhaustion, the cold dread. I focused on the feeling of the earth beneath my feet, the dampness in the air, the faint scent of pine and decay. I became acutely aware of my own heartbeat, a steady drum against the silence. Then I began the incantation again, this time with more deliberate intent. Shi-I-Rai-Allah, the sounds hummed in my chest, a low vibration that resonated not just in my ears, but throughout my entire body. I imagined my mind as a still pond, reflecting the subtle currents of the larger, living forest. I was trying to become a receiver, an antenna. And then something shifted. It wasn't a sight or a sound, but a feeling. A subtle pressure in my temples, a faint, tingling sensation on my skin. The mist, which had seemed uniform and impenetrable, now appeared to have subtle variations, almost like currents in a river. Faint, almost imperceptible trails of lighter gray, twisting and turning, becoming visible within the denser, darker swathes. It was like seeing the flow of air, or the movement of water, where before there had only been an undifferentiated mass. This was it, the subtle shifts in the ambient energy, the momentary vulnerabilities in the forest's labyrinthine design. The ritual was working. But the pathways were fleeting, constantly changing, appearing and disappearing within seconds. It was like trying to track smoke. I needed to move, to follow these ephemeral guides before they vanished. I opened my eyes, the mist still thick, but now revealing these fleeting, almost translucent paths. The alien shimmer I had seen earlier was still gone, thankfully, but the possibility of stumbling into such a distortion remained a terrifying undercurrent. I had to trust that the ritual would guide me out of this reality, not into another. Elia's ancestor had escaped. He hadn't mentioned traversing other dimensions directly. I picked a path, a shimmering ribbon of slightly lighter mist that seemed to lead away from the cave and generally west. The direction I instinctively felt was towards the outside world. I moved cautiously, rifle held ready, my eyes constantly scanning the shifting patterns. The mist felt different now, less oppressive, more like a natural phenomenon, albeit a very strange one, dancing to the tune of the pond's energy. The first few steps were slow, tentative. I had to constantly rechant the incantation, softly, continuously, to maintain my perception. Ni vithazi, the whispers kept the pathways open, my mind attuned. If I stopped, even for a moment, the mist would solidify, becoming uniform and directionless again. It was a constant mental effort, a sustained act of will. The forest itself seemed to respond to my altered perception. The trees, previously an aggressive, dense wall, now appeared to have faint, glowing outlines where the pathways ran between them. The undergrowth, though still thick, seemed to part slightly, offering clearer passage. It wasn't a physical clearing, but a psychic one, a subtle invitation to move forward. I pressed on, my body aching, but my mind strangely focused. The silence of the forest was broken only by my soft chanting and the gentle rustle of my clothes. The absence of the hungry ones was a blessing, but also a constant worry. Were they still out there? Had the deterrence worn off? I gripped the rifle tighter, constantly checking my flanks. As I walked, the paths revealed themselves with increasing clarity, or perhaps my perception sharpened. I noticed that some paths led towards areas where the mist was denser, darker, almost swirling with an unseen presence. I instinctively avoided these, recognizing them as potential traps, currents leading back to the entity's influence. Other paths felt lighter, almost pulling me forward with a subtle, encouraging current. I chose those. Hours passed in this strange, meditative walk. The sun never broke through the mist, but the light slowly brightened from gray to a dull, milky white, then began to fade again towards late afternoon. I had to keep going. Stopping, I knew, would mean losing the path. My legs burned, my lungs ached, and my voice was barely a whisper. I was running on fumes, but the fear of being trapped again, of losing this fragile connection to escape, pushed me forward. Suddenly, the subtle pathways I had been following began to grow more distinct, more vibrant. Instead of faint ribbons of light gray, they became channels of clear, bright air, almost like tunnels through the mist. The trees lining these paths seemed to glow with an inner luminescence, a soft, green light that pulsated gently. And then, through one of these glowing channels, I saw it again. The shimmer, the translucent distortion in the air. But this time it was different. It wasn't just a glimpse. It was a steady, persistent anomaly about 20 feet wide, directly blocking the path I was on. It pulsed with a faint, internal iridescence, like an oil slick on water, but utterly without color. Behind it, the trees of this forest were visible, but warped, like heat haze. My heart hammered against my ribs. This was it, a direct manifestation of the dimensional bleed. Was this a trap or a necessary passage? Elia's ancestor had escaped. He had found a way. Did his windows of opportunity sometimes involve these direct gateways? I stopped, the soft chanting of the shifting path incantation still on my lips, but now laced with a tremor of fear. I reached into my backpack, pulling out the grandfather's journal. I flipped through the pages, frantically searching for any mention of these visual distortions, these direct bleeds into other realities. I found nothing explicit. His entries spoke of subtle distortions, anomalies, currents of reality, but not of visual, persistent, shimmering portals. Had this phenomenon intensified since his time, or was it simply that he had perceived them differently, through the internal eye of the ritual, rather than directly witnessing such a tangible manifestation? A cold dread seeped into my bones. What if the ritual, designed to find a path out of this specific forest, inadvertently led me into another dimension? What if the ancestors' path had been through a subtle, unseen shift, and my path today required traversing something far more dangerous? I closed my eyes, trying to quiet my panic. I had to trust the ritual. It was my only hope. Elia's ancestor had written that the ritual reveals the momentary vulnerabilities in the forest's labyrinthine design. This shimmer, this distortion, clearly was a vulnerability, a weak point in the fabric of this reality. It was a path, even if it led through the unsettling unknown. I took a deep, shuddering breath, my hand instinctively going to the rifle. 3 bullets, that was all I had left, not much against an entire alien dimension. I reopened my eyes. The shimmer was still there, pulsating, inviting. It felt neutral, neither overtly hostile nor welcoming, just there, a doorway. I had to choose, retreat and risk being trapped forever, succumbing to the entity's influence, or step into the unknown. There was no real choice. With a grim resolve, I continued my soft chanting, pushing down the terror. I approached the shimmering wall, one slow, deliberate step after another. The air around it felt strangely still, unnaturally quiet, devoid of the subtle sounds of the forest. The metallic tang, which had been absent since the deterrence ritual, seemed to faintly return, almost as if it was leaking from the other side. As I neared, the shimmer grew more intense, filling my vision. I could see the individual light particles dancing within it, like a million tiny motes of dust caught in a sunbeam. My hand reached out, trembling, and touched the surface. It felt like nothing, like air but with a subtle resistance, a strange, electric tingle that vibrated up my arm. It wasn't solid, yet it wasn't empty. It was a threshold. I took another deep breath, forced myself to step forward. The sensation was disorienting. For a moment, I felt like I was falling, my stomach lurching. The world spun, colors swirled, and a high-pitched whine filled my ears, vibrating through my very bones. It was a brief, violent transition, a wrenching of my being from one state to another.
Then, as suddenly as it began, it ceased.
I stumbled forward, catching myself, my eyes blinking rapidly, trying to make sense of my surroundings. The mist was gone, utterly gone. The air was clear, sharp, and cold, stinging my nostrils with an unfamiliar scent, like ozone mixed with something vegetal and strange, almost sickly sweet. The forest around me was not the forest I knew. The trees were impossibly tall, their bark a deep, obsidian black that seemed to absorb all light, yet they glowed internally with a soft, pulsing purple luminescence that emanated from deep within their trunks and along their branches. Their leaves were not green, but a spectrum of blues and indigos, rustling with a dry, papery sound that was alien to my ears. The ground was covered in a spongy, fluorescent moss that pulsed with a faint, bioluminescent light, casting ethereal shadows. Strange, fungal growths, like delicate glass sculptures, dotted the landscape, emitting soft, tinkling sounds as an unseen breeze passed through them. The sky above was not blue or gray, but a deep, bruised purple, streaked with veins of pulsating green light, as if a cosmic nebula had descended to Earth. There was no sun, no moon, just this perpetual twilight glow. This was the alien forest I had glimpsed. I had stepped through the portal. I was in another dimension. My initial terror was swiftly replaced by a strange sense of awe, followed by a crushing wave of despair. The ritual had led me not home, but further into the unknown. I was truly lost now, in a place beyond anything I could have imagined. The silence here was different, too. Not the watchful, expectant silence of the entity's forest, but a deep, profound hush, broken only by the tinkling of the glass fungi and a faint, high-pitched hum that seemed to emanate from the very air itself. It wasn't the harvester's hum. This was a different frequency, a different kind of energy. I stood frozen, my rifle clutched in white-knuckled hands, my eyes wide, trying to take it all in. The air was breathable, but it felt thinner somehow and colder. My first thought was, what lives here? Elia's ancestor had seen beings that defied description, shifting and reforming in the periphery. My own glimpse had been of a fleeting, large shadow. As if on cue, a rustle in the bioluminescent undergrowth caught my attention. It was too soft, too delicate to be a hungry one. My head snapped towards the sound, rifle raised. A creature emerged, gliding silently between two glowing purple trees. It was unlike anything I had ever seen. Roughly canine in shape, but impossibly slender, almost skeletal, with limbs that seemed too long, too delicate for its body. Its fur was a shimmering, silvery black, absorbing the purple light of the trees, making it almost invisible against the obsidian bark. Its head was long and tapered, with large, liquid black eyes that reflected the dim, alien light like polished obsidian. It had no visible mouth, only a smooth, featureless maw. But what truly struck me were its movements, utterly silent, incredibly graceful, almost flowing like water. It was clearly a predator, and its black eyes, though lacking pupils, seemed to fix on me with an unsettling intelligence. It wasn't rabid or enraged like the hungry ones. It was watchful, assessing. I didn't move a muscle. My breath hitched in my throat. This wasn't the fight I was prepared for. My rifle felt utterly inadequate against something so inherently alien. The creature took a step closer, its long, delicate claws making no sound on the spongy moss. Its head tilted, as if listening or perhaps mentally probing. I felt no psychic pull, no metallic tang, no cold of the harvester. This was a different kind of entity, operating on different rules. Panic threatened to overwhelm me, but I remembered the deterrence ritual for the hungry ones. Maybe the old tongue had a broader application. Maybe these ancient sounds, these fundamental vibrations, resonated across dimensions, disrupting the primal instincts of any predatory creature. I swallowed hard, my throat dry. I couldn't see the glyphs in the dim light, but I had committed the deterrence incantation to memory. I took a deep breath, trying to channel my fear not into panic, but into defiant energy. Kaithar CHHKK SSSHH DRONNNNNN. My voice, raw and hoarse, echoed through the alien forest, harsh and jarring against the tinkling of the glass fungi and the gentle hum of the air. The effect was not as dramatic as with the hungry ones. The creature didn't recoil in terror. Instead, its head snapped back, its black eyes widening slightly, as if surprised or perhaps irritated. A faint, almost imperceptible ripple passed over its silvery black fur. It let out a soft, high-pitched trill, a sound like glass chimes, and took another step back, its movements still graceful, but now with a hint of wariness. It paused, assessing me again, its head tilted. It wasn't repelled, not truly, but it was definitely confused, its predatory focus momentarily disrupted. It seemed to regard me as an anomaly, an unexpected variable. I repeated the incantation louder, trying to put more force into the guttural sounds. K-thar, C-H-H-K-K, S-S-S-H-H, D-R-O-N-N-N-N-N-N. This time the creature let out another, slightly more agitated trill, and then, with a fluid movement, it turned and melted back into the shadows of the glowing purple trees, disappearing as silently as it had appeared. It was gone. I let out a long, shuddering breath, my knees threatening to give out. The incantation had worked, at least partially. It had confused it, bought me time, but it hadn't sent it fleeing in terror. It was a temporary reprieve, not a solution. I was alone again in a forest that hummed with alien life and glowed with impossible colors. I had to find a way back. There had to be another portal, another shimmer to take me home, or, at the very least, back to the forest I knew. I pulled out the grandfather's journal again, needing its anchoring presence. Even in this strange light, the interlocking spiral symbol on its cover seemed to pulse faintly, a connection to the man who had dared to explore these boundaries. I desperately searched for anything in its pages that might hint at navigating between dimensions. The ancestor had spoken of the still heart as a conduit to multiple realities, but his focus had always been on resisting its pull and escaping his reality, not traversing others. However, his description of the shifting path ritual, a sensitivity to the subtle shifts in the ambient energy to reveal the momentary vulnerabilities, resonated. Perhaps the same ritual that found paths in my reality could also find paths back from this one. The vulnerabilities might include points where realities bled into each other, allowing transit. It was a desperate hope, but it was all I had. I started walking again, slowly, trying to reorient myself, to quiet my racing thoughts and attune to this new environment. I softly began the shifting path incantation again. Shi-I-Rai-Alani I-Vi-Tha-Zi-I. The sounds felt different here, somehow resonating with the strange hum of the alien air, almost blending with it. This time the effect was more subtle, and it took longer to manifest. The visual pathways in the mist were, of course, gone, but I started to feel something else. A faint pull, a different kind of current, not of mist, but of energy, of distortion in the alien landscape itself. The purple glowing trees, the blue leaves, the tinkling glass fungi, they all seemed to have a faint, almost invisible resonance, a kind of energetic signature. And as I followed these subtle currents, I began to perceive areas where this resonance was weaker, where the air shimmered not with heat, but with a barely perceptible displacement, a subtle blurring of the impossibly tall, glowing trees. These were the vulnerabilities in this reality. These were the doorways. I chose a path that felt strongest, a current that seemed to tug at me with a sense of purpose, guiding me towards one of these almost invisible shimmers. It was a perilous journey. The ground was uneven, covered in the spongy moss, making every step an effort. The alien sounds and sights were a constant assault on my senses, making it hard to focus. And the thought of the slender, silver-black creature returning, or of encountering others, kept my adrenaline high. I walked for what felt like an eternity, the rhythmic chanting a lifeline in the disorienting landscape. The sky, that deep bruised purple, showed no sign of change, no indication of time passing. It was a timeless twilight, and I felt utterly alone, a tiny speck in an infinitely vast, incomprehensible cosmos. Just as exhaustion threatened to overwhelm me, as my voice began to falter, and my legs felt like lead, I saw it. Directly ahead, the shimmering distortion was more pronounced, a solid wall of iridescent, colorless light, just like the one I had passed through earlier. It pulsed with the same subtle electric tingle, an undeniable gateway. Hope surged through me, potent and immediate, dispelling for a moment the crushing despair. A way back, I hadn't been trapped forever. I rushed towards it, my pace quickening, spurred by the sudden rush of adrenaline. As I approached, the familiar high-pitched whine began to fill the air, a precursor to the transition. I didn't hesitate this time. I walked straight into the shimmer, closing my eyes, bracing myself for the disorientation, the wrenching sensation. The world spun again, colors exploded behind my eyelids, and the whine intensified, feeling as if it was tearing at the very fabric of my being. It was even more violent than the first transition, as if I was being pulled through a needle's eye, through resistance, through something that didn't want to let me go. Then, with a sudden, violent lurch, it released me. I fell tumbling onto damp earth, my rifle clattering uselessly beside me. My head slammed against something soft, but it still sent a jolt of pain through my skull. I lay there, gasping, disoriented, my body aching, my mind struggling to regain its bearings. The air was heavy, damp, and smelled strongly of pine and wet earth. No metallic tang, no sickly sweet ozone. The sounds were familiar, the drip of water, the rustle of unseen leaves, the distant caw of a crow. I slowly pushed myself up, my head throbbing, my vision swimming. I was in a forest, but which forest? The mist, it was back, thick gray swirling around me, clinging to the impossibly tall, dark trees. My heart leaped. The familiar mist, the familiar trees. I was back in my reality, back in the harvester's forest. Relief so profound it was almost painful washed over me. I had done it. I had survived an interdimensional journey. I had found my way back. But the relief was fleeting. The pervasive cold of the entity was still present, though muted. The whispers, which had been silent in the alien dimension, seemed to stir at the edge of my awareness, a faint siren's call. And the mist, though familiar, still felt like a living, conscious presence, designed to confuse and entrap. I was back, but still lost, still trapped. The shifting path ritual had led me out of one prison, only to return me to another. My headlamp was still dead. My supplies were critically low, and the day was drawing to a close once more. I had to keep going. I couldn't afford to rest, not here. I needed to use the ritual again, to find the true path out of this forest, back to my car, back to civilization. I picked up my rifle, checking the chamber. 2 bullets left. That was a chilling realization. I had used a precious bullet in the cave, and another 2 in the confusion of the fight. 2 bullets, my last defense. I needed to make them count. I pulled out the grandfather's journal and the scroll, clutching them. They were my only guidance, my only hope. I began the shifting path incantation again, my voice a strained whisper, my eyes scanning the swirling mist for the subtle currents, the fleeting channels of clarity. This time the pathways appeared more readily, my mind already attuned. The faint ribbons of lighter gray, the subtle glowing outlines of the trees. I chose a path, one that felt clear and resolute, leading generally downhill, away from where I believed the pond to be. I walked driven by desperation, by the raw will to survive. The forest was still a labyrinth, but with the ritual, it was a labyrinth I could partially navigate, a puzzle I could slowly, painstakingly solve. As darkness began to truly fall, the light fading into a deep, oppressive gray, I heard it, a low, familiar growl. The hungry ones, they were back. My heart leaped into my throat, the deterrence ritual. I had to use it, but I also had to keep moving. I couldn't stop. I picked up my pace, breaking into a stumbling run, my eyes fixed on the fleeting pathways in the mist. I chanted the deterrence incantation at the top of my lungs, my voice raw, hoarse, but filled with desperate defiance. Kaithar chhkk, sshsh, dronnnnnnn. The growls paused, momentarily confused. I could hear their heavy footsteps falter, their snuffling sounds becoming agitated, disoriented. It was working, but I knew it was only temporary. They would adapt, they would pursue. I kept running, pushing my aching body, forcing my screaming muscles to obey. The pathways were twisting and turning, becoming harder to discern in the deepening gloom. I was losing light, losing time, and the forest seemed to be closing in around me, the trees growing denser, the mist thickening, actively trying to obscure my view. I rounded a bend, following a particularly vibrant channel of light when I saw it. Not a logging road, not a cabin, but a clearing, a large circular clearing, open to the bruised gray sky. And at its center, surrounded by ancient, gnarled trees, stood a massive stone cairn. It was roughly conical, composed of countless gray, moss-covered stones piled high, tapering to a rounded point. It looked impossibly ancient, placed there by hands long since turned to dust. There were faint, almost eroded carvings on some of the larger stones near its base, patterns that vaguely resembled the interlocking spirals from the journal, but far more primitive, more elemental. The cairn radiated an undeniable presence, a silent, weighty energy that seemed to anchor the entire clearing. It was a place of power, a monument to something ancient and profound. And all around its base, intertwined with the moss and carved stones, lay a scattering of bones, not animal bones, human bones, weathered and pale, some almost completely reabsorbed by the earth, others more recently bleached white, lying in a grim collection, a silent testament to the cairn's purpose. A deep sense of dread washed over me. This was not a path to safety. This was a grave, a monument to the lost. As I stared horrified at the cairn, the mist began to swirl, not gently, but violently, directly around its base. It coalesced, growing denser, darker, taking on an almost liquid quality. The air grew impossibly cold, and the pervasive metallic tang returned, sharp and overwhelming. And then from within the churning mist, from the very center of the cairn, the blue light pulsed, not faintly, not distant, but directly, intensely, radiating outwards, illuminating the ancient stones, the bleached bones, and my own terrified face. The harvester, the entity, it was here. Or rather, this was a direct manifestation of its power, a focal point other than the pond. A low, resonant hum began to emanate from the cairn, vibrating through the ground, through my boots, rising slowly in intensity until it filled the clearing, pressing in on me from all sides. It wasn't just a sound, it was a physical force, a psychic pressure that threatened to crush my will. And then the howls began, not distant, mournful echoes. These were loud, raw, anguished screams, erupting from the churning mist around the cairn, swirling with the blue light, a chorus of despair that tore at the very fabric of my sanity. They were the souls of the lost, the essence of the consumed, crying out, trying to draw me into their fate. The ritual of unbinding, which had muted the entity's presence, seemed to be struggling here, against this raw, concentrated power. The whispers were no longer at the edge of my awareness. They were screaming directly into my mind, urging me to yield, to join the chorus, to find peace in oblivion. I stood frozen, caught in the terrifying embrace of the entity's power. My rifle felt like a child's toy. My rituals, my knowledge, felt utterly inadequate against this overwhelming display of cosmic horror. The blue light intensified further, becoming a solid, blinding column of energy rising from the cairn, and within it, the mist began to shift, to coalesce, to take on form. A shape elegant and terrifying, just as Elia's ancestor had described, a being of pure light and intent without eyes or mouth, yet radiating profound awareness, a predatory gaze that pierced through my very soul, the harvester, the shepherd of souls. It emerged from the column of light, floating silently above the cairn, its presence filling the clearing with an unspeakable dread. It was vast, immense, its form shimmering and shifting, a manifestation of pure energy, of raw, ancient power. It acknowledged my presence. I felt its probing mind, sifting through my thoughts, assessing my potential, its gaze resting on the backpack, on the journal and scroll within. It knew what I carried. It knew I had defied it. And then from the edges of the clearing, from the deeper shadows of the gnarled trees, the red eyes began to appear. Dozens of them, burning like embers in the twilight gloom, the hungry ones, the watchers. They had followed me. They had herded me here. They didn't growl, they didn't move. They simply emerged, silently, their elongated forms materializing from the mist, encircling the clearing, forming an impenetrable ring around me. They were waiting, waiting for the harvester's command. I was trapped, utterly, irrevocably trapped, caught between the cosmic horror of the harvester and its legion of hungry, red-eyed enforcers. My path, my escape, had led me not to freedom, but to the very heart of the entity's dominion. The grandfather's journal, Elias' last words, my own desperate resolve, all of it seemed to shatter under the weight of this impossible reality.
This was the end. But then a flicker, a memory, Elia's ancestor. He had escaped. He had found a way. He hadn't just resisted, he had survived. The most powerful of these rituals, the ritual of unbinding, requires a specific focus, a symbol of detachment, crafted with intent. And it requires a specific incantation, spoken in the old tongue, a language that predates human speech, understood by the ancient spirits of this place. And then his words about the nature of the entity. It is not hostile in the conventional sense. It is indifferent, a force of nature. But its purpose is antithetical to human life. It draws, it collects, it consumes. And those who are drawn too close, who linger too long, become part of its sustenance, their essence woven into the fabric of the gateway. It feeds on consciousness, on awareness, and the unbinding ritual makes one invisible, unwanted, undesirable. But I was here, standing directly before it. It had pulled me in, or had it. The ancestor had also written, my understanding of the still heart deepens. It is not merely a gate to another time. It is a conduit to multiple realities, to other dimensions, all existing simultaneously, bleeding into our own through this wound in reality. The shimmer, the alien dimension, I had returned, but to where exactly? A new terrifying thought pierced through my panic. What if this clearing, this cairn, wasn't just a place of power in this forest? What if it was a focal point for the very bleeding of realities, the gateway itself manifested, the nexus of energies? And what if the harvester was not simply an entity, but a sentinel at this nexus, as Elia's ancestor had described, a shepherd for whatever crosses or is drawn through these veils? My mind raced, frantically trying to put the pieces together. The forest twisted paths. It herded, but why here? Why to this specific place? I looked at the blue light, at the shifting, elegant form of the harvester. It seemed to be studying me, its presence calm, indifferent, yet infinitely powerful. It wasn't enraged. It was simply fulfilling its purpose. And then I saw it, the faint, almost imperceptible shimmer again, directly behind the harvester, rising from the top of the cairn, pulsing with that same iridescent, colorless light. A doorway, a portal, but it was small, far too small, and directly through the harvester itself. It wasn't trying to consume me here. It was trying to funnel me, to shepherd me. A new wave of terror, cold and absolute, washed over me. The cairn wasn't just a monument to the lost. It was a choke point, a funneling mechanism. The entire forest was a trap designed to herd unfortunate souls towards this nexus, where the harvester could direct them, not necessarily to consumption in this reality, but to another reality. To be lost in an alien dimension, to become sustenance for whatever existed there, to become a thread in a different tapestry. The howls around me intensified, not just calls of despair, but calls of warning, of resignation. Don't go through. My eyes darted to the ring of hungry ones. Their red eyes burned, their bodies tense, waiting for a signal. They were the physical barriers, ensuring I stayed on the intended path. I had come full circle, literally and figuratively, from the trap of the circling forest to the ultimate trap, a doorway to a fate far worse than death. My hand instinctively went to the rifle. 2 bullets, one for the harvester, impossible, one for myself, no, not yet. Yelia's ancestor had escaped. He had left. He hadn't mentioned a direct confrontation. He hadn't mentioned this specific cairn. Had he found a different way? Or had this specific funneling mechanism grown in power and prominence since his time? I looked at the small, shimmering portal behind the harvester. It pulsed, a silent invitation, a path to the utter unknown. It was too small to be my final escape. It was simply the next stage of the trap. I took a deep, ragged breath. I had to think. I had to find another vulnerability, something the ancestor had mentioned. The Watchers are drawn to consciousness, yes, but also to fear, to panic. They are predators of the spirit as much as of the flesh. And their weakness lies in their reliance on primal senses. Sight, sound, scent. The old tongue incantations, if pronounced with precise intent, can also act as deterrents, creating localized energetic distortions that confuse or repel them, not by force, but by disruption of their predatory instincts. Disruption of their predatory instincts. Yes, that was key. They were agents of their predatory instincts, not by force, but by disruption of their predatory instincts. My gaze snapped back to the ring of Watchers. They were still silent, their red eyes fixed on me with an unsettling patience. They weren't growling, not actively hunting. They were waiting for the harvester's cue, acting as a living fence, herding me towards the shimmering portal behind the entity. Their predatory instincts were currently focused on containment, not immediate attack. Disrupting that instinct, could it work? Could I break their formation, even for a moment? The harvester's hum intensified, a silent pressure in my skull. The howls from the cairn grew louder, a chorus of agony and warning. The blue light pulsed, drawing my eyes back to the shimmering portal. It was growing, widening, becoming a more explicit invitation. The harvester was preparing to shepherd me through. My mind raced. 2 bullets, a final act of defiance or a desperate attempt at a different path. The harvester was a being of pure energy. Bullets would be useless. The Watchers were physical, but how many could I take down before they overwhelmed me?
and even if I did, there were dozens. It was a suicide mission. No, violence was not the answer here, not against this. The journal had consistently preached disruption, understanding, and resistance through knowledge, not brute force. The deterrence incantation. It had confused the creature in the alien dimension, and it had scattered the hungry ones earlier in this forest. Its purpose was to disorient, to shatter predatory focus. But the Watchers were not actively pursuing me now. Their predatory instinct in this moment was to stand guard. Could I disrupt that specific, almost hypnotic focus? I took a deep breath, the cold, metallic air burning my lungs. My voice was shredded, but I had to try. I had to create a diversion, a window, a pathway that wasn't the one the harvester intended. Kaithar, CHHKK, SSSHH, DRONNNNNN. I unleashed the incantation, my voice cracking, but imbued with every ounce of my remaining will. I didn't just chant, I screamed it, pouring all my fear and defiance into the harsh, guttural sounds. I focused my intent not just on repelling, but on breaking their formation, on shattering their unified purpose. The effect was immediate and far more violent than before. The ring of Watchers convulsed. Their red eyes, which had been fixed and patient, now darted wildly, confused, panicked. A wave of agitated whimpers and guttural snarls swept through their ranks. They crashed into each other, their movements becoming disorganized, clumsy, like a swarm of insects suddenly disoriented by a powerful sonic blast. Their perfect formation, their unified stillness, shattered. Some recoiled, stumbling backward into the shadows of the gnarled trees, their sleek bodies thrashing against each other. Others spun in place, their heads snapping in every direction as if my location, or perhaps the very nature of their directive, had suddenly become incoherent. A gap, a fleeting, chaotic gap opened in their ring, directly opposite the cairn, leading into the deeper, mist-shrouded parts of the clearing. It was narrow, dangerous, and would only last for seconds. The harvester's blue light pulsed erratically. Its hum wavered, momentarily distorted. I felt a surge of psychic pressure, as if it was reacting to this unexpected defiance, this disruption of its careful shepherding. The howls from the cairn intensified, morphing into a chaotic cacophony of fear and anger, no longer just despair. This was my chance, not to escape the forest entirely, but to escape this specific trap, this funneling mechanism, to get out of the harvester's direct, overwhelming presence. I didn't hesitate. I lunged forward, rifle clutched tightly, sprinting towards the momentary breach in the Watcher's line. As I ran, I continued to chant, a frantic, ragged whisper, K-Thar, CHHKK, SSSHH, DRONNNNNN, keeping the psychic disturbance alive, maintaining their disorientation. A Watcher, larger than the others, with particularly bright red eyes, lunged blindly into my path, its long, snapping maw open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth. Its movements were still clumsy, uncoordinated, but it was massive, and I was running directly into it. I swerved, adrenaline pumping, my body screaming in protest. I narrowly avoided its lashing head, feeling the wind of its passage brush my cheek. As I passed, I swung the butt of my rifle with all my remaining strength, connecting with a sickening thud against its ribcage. The creature yelped, a high-pitched, surprised sound, and stumbled further, giving me the precious seconds I needed. I burst through the gap, leaving the chaos of the Watchers behind, plunging into the deeper mist and the shadows of the gnarled trees at the edge of the clearing. I didn't look back, I just ran. The cacophony behind me slowly began to fade.
the frantic whimpers and snarls of the watchers diminishing as they struggled to regain their composure and re-establish their perimeter. The harvester's hum also receded, becoming a faint, distant thrum against the backdrop of my own ragged breathing. I ran until my lungs burned, until my legs threatened to collapse beneath me, until the clearing and its horrifying centerpiece were no more than a faint, blue-tinged glow in the dense mist behind me. I didn't know where I was going, only that I was putting as much distance as possible between myself and the harvester's direct influence. Finally, I stumbled to a halt, leaning against a massive, moss-covered tree, gasping for air. My entire body trembled, soaked in sweat, my vision blurred by exhaustion and fear. I had escaped the immediate trap, but I was still in the forest, still lost, still hunted, and the day was almost entirely gone. The deep, bruised gray of the sky was turning into an inky black. Night was falling again. The deterrence ritual had bought me freedom for now, but it was a temporary measure. The watchers would regroup. The harvester would simply find another way, another pressure point. I slid down the tree trunk, collapsing onto the damp earth. My head swam. I needed to think. I needed a new plan. This forest was more than just a place. It was an extension of the entity, a conscious, twisting labyrinth. It had guided me, herded me, not just by physical means, but by manipulating my perception of the paths themselves. The ritual of the shifting path. It was designed to find vulnerabilities in the forest's design, but it had led me to the interdimensional portal, and then, after returning, it had led me straight to the harvester's choke point. Was the ritual flawed, or was my interpretation of its intent flawed? Elia's ancestor had used it to escape. He had found a way out. He hadn't confronted the harvester directly. He hadn't mentioned navigating interdimensional portals as a desired part of the escape. The wording was crucial. It does not guarantee escape, but it reveals the momentary vulnerabilities in the forest's labyrinthine design. Vulnerabilities, not necessarily a direct route out, but weak points in the entity's control, where its influence was temporarily lessened. The first portal, the one to the alien dimension, had been a vulnerability in my reality, a bleed-through. The cairn was clearly a massive vulnerability, a nexus point. Perhaps I needed to reevaluate the ritual. It wasn't about finding a clear, straight path home. It was about finding the moments where the forest's control was weakest, and from those weak points, I needed to make my own decision, to carve my own path, rather than simply following where the currents seemed to lead. The currents could be manipulated by the entity. I needed light. My headlamp was dead, my phone useless. The faint glow of the journal was barely enough to read by. I fumbled in my backpack, desperate, pulling out every last item. My protein bar long gone, my water bottle empty, a spare battery pack for my phone dead, a small emergency chemical light stick, yes, deep in a side pocket, tucked away. With trembling fingers, I snapped it. It flared to life, a dull, sickly green glow, but it was light, glorious, precious light. It illuminated my immediate surroundings, dense undergrowth, towering trees, and the swirling mist, now faintly tinged green. I pulled out the journal, holding the chemical light stick over its pages. I needed to reread, to reevaluate. I needed to understand the ancestor's intent, not just his instructions. The forest itself is aligned with the still heart, making direct retreat impossible. It twists paths, creates illusions, and herds the unsuspecting back to the nexus. However, the energy field of the still heart, while vast, is not uniform. There are subtle distortions, anomalies, where its influence is temporarily weakened, or where the currents of reality briefly align in a favorable manner. These windows of opportunity are fleeting and unpredictable, but they can be detected not by conventional means, but by a specific mental attunement, a sensitivity to the subtle shifts in the ambient energy. The old tongue possesses specific glyphs and incantations for this purpose, the ritual of the shifting path. It does not guarantee escape, but it reveals the momentary vulnerabilities in the forest's labyrinthine design. Momentary vulnerabilities. This was key. The shimmer to the other dimension and the cairn with its portal, those were undoubtedly vulnerabilities, weak points in the fabric of this reality. But they weren't vulnerabilities that led home. They were vulnerabilities that led elsewhere. What if the ancestors' escape wasn't about finding a straight path out, but about navigating a series of these vulnerabilities, avoiding the ones that led deeper into the nexus, and specifically seeking those that led away from its influence, out of its active control? He had described leaving the forest, not being transported out by a portal. He had said he would depart at dawn. I have meticulously documented all my findings, securing this journal and the scroll in a hidden cavity within Blackwood Cabin, hoping that this knowledge might one day aid another unfortunate soul who stumbles upon this place. Blackwood Cabin. He had returned to the cabin. This meant he found a way to the cabin, and then from the cabin found his way out of the forest. The cabin, for all its decay, was still a place of relative sanity, a point of reference. I needed to find the cabin again. But the forest twisted paths. It created illusions. How could I trust the shifting path ritual to lead me to a specific, man-made structure in this reality, when its primary function seemed to be detecting vulnerabilities that might lead anywhere? Then another sentence from the journal caught my eye, one I had skimmed over in my desperate search for escape. The Watchers are drawn to consciousness, yes, but also to fear, to panic. They are predators of the spirit as much as of the flesh. The ritual of unbinding makes one less appetizing to the harvester, but the Watchers are different. They are the physical agents, the forest's immune system, seeking to eliminate those who disrupt the balance, those who refuse to be drawn into the cycle. And later, however, the Watchers remain. They are persistent, driven by instinct. The deterrence incantations work, but they are temporary. They repel, but do not destroy. They will eventually adapt or find a way around the psychic distortions. This is a constant battle, a continuous reassertion of one's will against their primal hunger. A constant battle, a continuous reassertion of one's will. The Watchers, they were the physical agents. They moved through the forest. They knew the forest. If I could somehow, not just deter them, but observe them, perhaps their movements could reveal something about the true layout of the labyrinth, about the paths that weren't illusions. It was a dangerous thought. Observing predators meant being observed by them, but they were physical. They had a physical presence. They left tracks, scents, sounds. They were part of this reality's ecosystem, however twisted. What if the trick wasn't just to repel them, but to use them as unwitting guides, to follow their movements, not as hunters, but as navigators of the true terrain? They sought to eliminate those who disrupt the balance. They would follow a disruptor. If I disrupted them enough to escape the harvester, but not enough to lose them entirely, they might lead me along a real path. This was a long shot, a very, very dangerous long shot. But what other option did I have? The shifting path was too ambiguous, too prone to leading me to another trap. Relying on an invisible, psychic compass in a forest that actively twisted reality was folly. I needed a tangible guide, however monstrous. I needed to make myself visible enough to be hunted, but not vulnerable enough to be caught. I needed to become a target that was just out of reach, a lure. And I needed to use the deterrence incantation strategically, not just to scatter them, but to steer them, to control their pursuit, however slightly. The thought was terrifying, but a cold, desperate logic began to assert itself. They were a constant battle. This was a tactical evolution of that battle. First, I needed to gather my bearings. It was pitch black now, the chemical light stick casting a limited, eerie glow. I couldn't move effectively in this total darkness, even with the light stick. I needed to conserve my energy and the light. I had to wait for dawn again, another agonizing night. I found a relatively sheltered spot, huddling under the thick canopy of a particularly ancient-looking tree whose roots formed a natural alcove. I extinguished the chemical light stick, saving its remaining faint glow for later. The journal and scroll, tucked away, still provided their faint, blue-white comfort. The silence of the night was different now. After the chaos at the cairn, it felt heavier, more watchful. I could almost feel the presence of the watchers circling, scenting the air, waiting for me. And the harvester, though distant, was still a vast, powerful presence, its low hum a faint, persistent vibration in the very ground beneath me. I pulled out my rifle, checking the 2 remaining bullets. 2, I would save them, as a last resort, or perhaps as a strategic shot against a specific threat if I truly understood its weakness. But for now, they were for deterrence, for desperation, not for offense. Sleep was impossible. My mind raced, reviewing every word of the journal, every event of the past 2 days. The cabin, the pond, the harvester, the watchers, the old tongue, the alien dimension. It was all real, and I was still in the middle of it. I spent the rest of the night practicing the deterrence incantation in a whisper, trying to memorize the sensation of the sounds in my throat, the intent behind them. I needed to be able to unleash it at a moment's notice, with precision and power. I also reviewed the ritual of the shifting path, trying to understand its meditative state, not just as a way to find paths, but as a way to perceive the subtle energies of the forest, to understand its true nature. As the absolute darkness slowly softened into the pre-dawn gray, I felt a new resolve harden within me. I was not a victim. I was a survivor. I had knowledge. I had tools, and I would use them. With the first faint light, I pushed myself up, my muscles stiff and sore, but my mind clear. I snapped the chemical light stick again, giving me just enough light to see my immediate surroundings. I ate the last few crumbs from my empty protein bar wrapper and forced myself to drink the remaining drops of water from my bottle, savoring them, knowing they were the last. Now to implement the plan, to become the lure, to use the watchers as my guides. I scanned the mist-shrouded trees. There was no sign of the watchers yet, but I knew they were there, scenting me, waiting. I began to move, cautiously at first, then with more deliberate steps. I chose a direction that seemed to lead away from the known location of the cairn and away from where I believed the pond to be. I didn't use the shifting path ritual yet. I wanted to move on my own terms, to establish my presence, to bait the hook. I made some noise, not frantic, panicked noise, but deliberate, attention-grabbing sounds. I snapped a dry branch underfoot. I let out a controlled human cough. I wanted them to know I was there. I wanted them to follow. It didn't take long. A rustle in the mist, a shadow moving, too quick to fully discern. Then a low, guttural growl, closer this time and filled with a renewed hunger. And then the faint flicker of red eyes, barely visible through the swirling gray. They were following. I picked up my pace, a brisk walk, not a panicked run. I needed to maintain a distance, to be just out of reach, to keep them on my trail without inviting an immediate attack. The mist was still thick, but my vision was sharper now, my senses heightened by the constant threat. The growls grew closer, more frequent. The red eyes were now clearly visible, flickering through the mist, sometimes 2, sometimes 4, sometimes a dozen, appearing and disappearing in the swirling gray. They were spreading out, trying to flank me, to cut off my escape. Their hunting instincts were returning, their confusion from the deterrence incantation wearing off. I needed to reassert my control, to steer them. I chose a direction, not a random one. I tried to orient myself as best I could, remembering the general direction of the logging road, or at least the direction I felt was generally out, west or northwest. It was an instinct, a faint compass in my gut, but it was all I had. As the watchers began to close in, I let loose the deterrence incantation again, but this time with a specific intent. I didn't want to scatter them entirely. I wanted to push them away from my flanks, to channel them into pursuing me from directly behind. Kthar chhkk sshsh dronnnnn. The effect was precise. The watchers on my left flank recoiled, yelping, crashing into each other. The ones on my right also faltered, their red eyes darting away from me, but the ones directly behind me, while momentarily confused, didn't flee. They stumbled, regrouped quickly, and then resumed their pursuit, growling with renewed frustration. It was working. I was steering them. I was turning them from hunters into unwilling bloodhounds, forced to follow the path I chose, or at least the general direction I coerced them into. I maintained my brisk pace, constantly listening, constantly scanning the mist for their red eyes, for any sign that they were gaining too much ground or trying to reflank me. Every few minutes, as they started to close in, I would unleash another targeted deterrence incantation, pushing them back, keeping them just out of reach, forcing them into a funnel directly behind me. It was an exhausting, terrifying dance. My throat was raw from the constant chanting. My legs ached. My heart hammered against my ribs, a constant drumbeat of fear. But I was moving. I was moving with purpose. And the watchers, for all their hunger and persistence, were following my lead, however reluctantly. Hours passed like this. The dull, milky light of day slowly permeated the mist, never truly breaking through, but providing just enough visibility to navigate the terrain. The forest was still dense, still a bewildering maze of towering trees and thick undergrowth, but the watchers were there, a constant, menacing presence behind me, herding me forward. I noticed something. The terrain was subtly changing. The ground began a very gradual, almost imperceptible decline. The trees, while still massive, seemed less gnarled, less ancient, their bark a slightly lighter shade. The pervasive cold of the entity was still present, but it felt less concentrated, less oppressive. Was this the edge of the harvester's deeper influence? Was I slowly, painfully making my way out? I pressed on, fueled by a grim determination. The constant chanting was taking its toll. My voice was now a mere croak, barely able to form the harsh syllables. I knew my effectiveness would soon wane. I couldn't keep this up forever. Suddenly, through the swirling mist ahead, I saw something. A clearing, not the cairn, a different clearing, and in its center a structure. My breath hitched. It was small, dilapidated, but undeniably man-made. The roof was partially collapsed, the walls covered in aggressive, thick vines, almost completely reclaiming it, but it was there. Blackwood cabins. Hope so intense it was dizzying flooded through me. I had found it, the anchor point, the ancestors' sanctuary.
If I could reach it, if I could find his hidden cavity, maybe there was more knowledge, more rituals, or perhaps a clearer path from this specific point. The watchers behind me sensed my change in pace, my shift in focus. Their growls intensified, their red eyes burning brighter through the mist. They were closing in. They knew I had found something. I broke into a run, a desperate, stumbling sprint towards the cabin. My legs burned, my lungs screamed, but I pushed through the pain, propelled by the raw, surging hope. K-Thar CHHKK, SSSHH, DRONNNN, I chanted, a barely audible rasp, trying to keep them at bay, to buy myself those precious few seconds. I burst into the small clearing, heading straight for the cabin. The air here felt different, still cold, still heavy with the mist, but somehow less suffocating. The energy of the harvester felt more distant, more muted. This was an anomaly, a pocket of resistance. The cabin itself was a kind of anti-beacon, a scar on the entity's influence. I slammed against the warped, vine-covered door, fumbling for the latch. It was old, rusty, but after a moment of struggling, it gave way with a screech of tortured metal. I flung the door open and stumbled inside, slamming it shut behind me, pushing my entire body against it. The interior was a mess of decay. Collapsed furniture, rotting floorboards, aggressive vines that had breached the walls and were snaking across every surface. The air was thick with the smell of damp wood, mildew, and earth, but it was shelter, relative shelter. Through the gaps in the warped wood and broken window panes, I could see the red eyes of the watchers appearing in the clearing, circling the cabin, their growls now a frustrated snarl. They couldn't get in immediately. The cabin, despite its state of disrepair, was holding. I slumped against the door, gasping, my body trembling uncontrollably. I was safe, for now. But I was trapped inside. The watchers were outside, encircling the cabin, their predatory instincts now fully focused on this new, contained prey. The deterrence incantation would only work for so long, and my voice was almost gone. I needed to find the hidden cavity. Elia's ancestor had secured his journal and scroll in the cabin, implying he had left it there. But my journal was the one I was carrying. My scroll, too, the one I had found in the hidden cavity previously. This meant that the ancestor had left his knowledge for me to find, but then left the cabin himself to escape the forest. What was the significance of the hidden cavity now? Was there something else there? A map, a final message, a tool, or was it simply a point of reference, a place to gather strength and re-strategize? I pulled out the chemical light stick again, giving myself a faint, sickly green illumination. I scanned the interior of the cabin, my eyes darting across the crumbling walls, the rotting floor, the collapsed fireplace. The ancestors' entries, when I first read them, had been cryptic. Securing this journal and the scroll in a hidden cavity within Blackwood Cabin, hoping that this knowledge might one day aid another unfortunate soul. He hadn't said where the cavity was. I had just stumbled upon it. I needed to find it again, and quickly. The watchers outside were growing bolder, their growls turning into aggressive snuffles, their bodies pressing against the thin walls, rattling the warped wood. I tried to recall the moment I found the cavity the first time. I had been sitting on the floor, exhausted, next to the fireplace. My hand had brushed against a loose stone. I moved towards the crumbling fireplace, the centerpiece of the small, single-room cabin. It was made of rough, stacked stones, some dislodged by time and the encroaching vines. I ran my hands along the cold, damp stone, searching for any give, any loose section. The growls outside intensified. A watcher was scratching at the door, its claws tearing at the rotten wood. The thin walls creaked ominously. They were testing the defenses. My fingers brushed against a section of stone just above the hearth, covered in a thick layer of moss and grime. I pushed. It shifted. Not much, but enough. With renewed urgency, I clawed at the moss, revealing a thin crack. I pushed harder, feeling the stone give way slightly. It wasn't designed to be a grand secret passage, just a simple, well-hidden recess. I managed to pull the loose stone free. Behind it, in the cavity, was something wrapped in oiled cloth. Not a journal, not a scroll, something else. My heart pounded with a mix of anticipation and dread. What could it be? A weapon, a final, desperate message. I pulled it out, unwrapping the oily cloth with trembling fingers. Inside, nestled amongst dried herbs and a faint, sweet-smelling powder, was a small, intricately carved wooden box. It was dark, almost black, with ancient glyphs etched into its surface, spiraling patterns that echoed the journal's cover, but seemed even more complex, more primal. The box felt heavy in my hand, radiating a faint, almost imperceptible warmth, even in the pervasive cold of the cabin. It wasn't metallic. It felt like living wood. As I held it, a faint, almost musical hum began to emanate from the box, vibrating subtly against my palm. It wasn't the harvester's hum, nor the alien dimension's hum. This was different, calmer, more resonant. The scratching at the door intensified. A section of the door splintered, revealing a glimpse of red eye, glinting with hunger. I didn't have much time. I tried to open the box. There was no latch, no visible hinge, just smooth, dark wood covered in the intricate glyphs. I pressed down, I twisted, I pushed. Nothing. It was a puzzle box, or perhaps it required a specific intent. I looked at the glyphs, at the spirals. They were similar to those in the journal, to those used in the incantations. The ancestor had written about the old tongue, about intent. The old tongue incantations, if pronounced with precise intent, can also act as deterrents, and the shifting path requires a deep meditative state, a silencing of the conscious mind to perceive the subconscious flows of reality. This box, radiating its unique energy, covered in the old tongue glyphs, it wasn't meant to be forced open. It was meant to be unlocked by intent, by the old tongue itself. But which incantation, the unbinding, the deterrence, the shifting path, or something else entirely? I held the box, feeling its strange warmth, its subtle hum. It felt protective, resonant. What was the ancestor's final lesson? What knowledge had he preserved here, in this last, hidden cache? I remembered his final entry. I have developed a counter-strategy for escape. The ritual of the shifting path reveals the momentary vulnerabilities in the forest's labyrinthine design. He had escaped, but he had left this box behind. What was its purpose after the escape? Or was it the key to the escape itself? The scratching at the door became more frantic. A section of the wall beside me groaned under a heavy impact. They were trying to break through. I could hear their snuffling, their eager whimpers. Time was running out. I needed to make a choice, a ritual, an intent. I looked at the spiral glyphs on the box. They were similar to the spiral on the journal's cover, which pulsed with faint blue-white light, a symbol of knowledge, of connection to the entity, but also of resistance. The most basic, most fundamental ritual, the one that severed the connection, the ritual of unbinding. Elia's ancestor had described it. The most powerful of these rituals, the ritual of unbinding, requires a specific focus, a symbol of detachment, crafted with intent. and it requires a specific incantation spoken in the old tongue, a language that predates human speech, understood by the ancient spirits of this place. The box felt like a symbol of detachment. It radiated something pure, untainted by the harvester's influence. I took a deep breath, clutching the wooden box. My voice was a ghost of its former self, but I would pour every last ounce of my will into this. I would trust the ancestor. I would trust the old tongue. I began the incantation for the ritual of unbinding, my voice a strained, desperate whisper, focused entirely on the box, on opening its secret, on finding whatever final salvation it held. Maharnak thul cht call verg. As the ancient words scraped from my raw throat, the glyphs on the wooden box began to glow, faintly at first, then with an increasing internal blue light that pulsed in time with my chant. The box hummed louder, the vibrations running up my arm, through my body resonating deep within my chest. The sounds outside the cabin, the frantic scratching and growling of the watchers, seemed to momentarily falter, their attention drawn, perhaps, by the emanating energy. With a final, desperate surge of will, I repeated the last syllable, VURG, and as the word left my lips, the blue light from the box flared brightly, enveloping my hand, my arm, a warm, protective glow. And then with a soft, almost inaudible click, the box split. Not opened, but split, the intricately carved top half separating seamlessly from the bottom, revealing its contents. Inside, nestled on a bed of dried, fragrant herbs, was a single, smooth, gray stone. It was perfectly ovoid, about the size of a pigeon's egg, and utterly unremarkable in appearance. No carvings, no color, no visible shimmer, just a smooth, gray stone. But as I reached for it, a profound, undeniable sense of stillness emanated from it. It was cold to the touch, but not the pervasive cold of the harvester. It was a clean, pure cold, like an untouched mountain spring. It radiated no light, no hum, yet its presence was absolute, powerful. As my fingers closed around the stone, the whispers in my mind, which had been at the edge of my awareness even in the cabin, completely ceased. The metallic tang in the air, faint though it was here, vanished. The distant thrum of the harvester, which had been a persistent undercurrent of existence in this forest, was utterly silent. It was as if the stone had created a perfect void around me, a pocket of absolute spiritual silence. I was completely disconnected from the entity, from its influence, from its very awareness. This was not merely the unbinding working on me. This stone was the unbinding. It was a physical manifestation of detachment, a profound anchor against the cosmic pull of the still heart. The ancestors' final, most powerful tool, a physical symbol of absolute detachment, allowing not just resistance, but complete, temporary spiritual invisibility. Outside, the watchers' frantic scratching and growling had stopped entirely. A low, confused whine replaced their aggression. Their red eyes still flickered through the gaps in the cabin, but they no longer seemed focused on me. They darted wildly, confused, disoriented, as if their prey had utterly vanished or perhaps was no longer registering on their primal senses. I clutched the stone, its smooth, cold surface a source of immense, grounding power. I was truly unseen, truly unheard. The physical agents of the forest's immune system could no longer detect the disruption. They knew something was in the cabin, but not what or where. Their predatory instincts were shattered. This was a game changer. The ritual of unbinding made me less appetizing. This stone made me utterly invisible, utterly undetectable. I remembered the ancestors' final words. My time here is drawing to a close. My research is complete. I have charted the energies, understood the harvester's purpose, and most importantly, found a way to resist its pull. But I cannot remain. This place transforms all. I had found it, not a weapon, not a map, but something far more profound, absolute spiritual invisibility. With the stone clutched in my hand, I was no longer a disruptor, no longer a meal, no longer even a blip on the harvester's vast, indifferent radar. I was nothing, a ghost. This was the ancestors' true counter-strategy, not merely resistance, but utter non-existence in the entity's perception. I moved away from the door, the stone's profound stillness guiding me. The cabin itself still felt fragile, a temporary refuge against the physical onslaught of the watchers. They were still there, I knew, circling, bumping into the walls, their confused snarls and whimpers a testament to their shattered, predatory focus. But they couldn't find me, they couldn't see me. I needed to get out, not just out of the cabin, but out of this forest, out of this nightmare reality. I looked at the rotting floorboards, the gaps in the walls where vines had pushed through. My escape wouldn't be through the front door, not with the watchers still present, however disoriented. I needed another way, a true vulnerability in their physical presence, not just the entity S. The fireplace, it was crumbling, a loose collection of stones. It had housed the hidden cavity, the very source of my salvation. It was also a large, gaping hole in the cabin's structure, leading to the outside. I moved towards it, the gray stone radiating its pure, clean cold in my hand. With my rifle still clutched in the other, I began to carefully, quietly, dislodge more stones from the fireplace. The decay had already done most of the work. The mortar was loose, the stones easily pried free. I worked slowly, methodically, creating a wider opening. As I worked, I could hear the watchers outside, still bumping and snuffling against the cabin walls, their confusion turning into what sounded like frustration. Their red eyes would occasionally flash through the gaps I had created, but they were unfocused, darting randomly, searching for a scent that wasn't there, a presence that was gone. Finally, I had created a hole large enough for me to squeeze through. It led directly into a dense thicket of blackberry bushes and overgrown ferns, obscured by the swirling mist. It was a tight fit, but it was a way out. I took one last look around the dilapidated cabin, a silent nod of gratitude to Elia's ancestor. His knowledge, his foresight had saved me. Then, holding the stone tightly, I slid through the opening, rifle first, easing myself into the dense undergrowth. The thorns of the blackberry bushes tore at my clothes and scraped my skin, but I barely registered the pain. The stillness of the stone insulated me, a mental and spiritual shield. Once outside, hidden by the bushes and the mist, I moved cautiously, silently. The watchers were still circling the cabin, their movements agitated but aimless. They would pass within feet of me, their red eyes scanning the mist, their snuffling maws almost brushing my hidden form, yet they never once reacted. I was truly invisible to them. This was the opportunity. This was the true escape. I began to move away from the cabin, deeper into the forest, but not blindly. I remembered the general decline of the terrain, the subtle changes in the trees that had hinted at the edge of the harvester's deeper influence. I kept that general direction in my mind, a mental compass towards out. I still had the journal and the scroll. I still had the knowledge of the shifting path ritual. But now, with the stone, I could perceive the forest's energies without being ensnared by them. The ritual, used with the stone, could reveal true paths, not just vulnerabilities the harvester intended for me to take. I stopped in a secluded spot, still hidden by the swirling mist, and pulled out the chemical light stick again, casting its sickly green glow over the journal. I reread the ancestors' words about the shifting path, but this time with the stone in my hand, the meaning was utterly clear. A sensitivity to the subtle shifts in the ambient energy to reveal the momentary vulnerabilities. With the stone, I was detached. The vulnerabilities it would reveal now would be genuine weak points in the harvester's control, true fissures in the forest's labyrinthine design, not preordained traps. I took a deep breath, the air still damp and cool, but no longer carrying the metallic tang. Clutching the gray stone in one hand, the journal open to the shifting path incantation in the other, I began to chant. My voice was still raw, but imbued with a new sense of calm, of control. Shigai Ralalani I Vista Zai. This time, the pathways that appeared in the mist were different. They weren't glowing ribbons of light. They were subtle, almost imperceptible shifts in the density of the mist itself, currents that flowed with a sense of purpose, not towards a shimmering portal or a looming cairn, but outwards, away. And the blue glow, the signature of the harvester, was entirely absent from these pathways. They were pure, clear channels, revealing the true layout of the forest, the hidden lines of least resistance. I chose a path that felt strong and consistent, leading steadily downhill, away from the increasing density of the mist, away from the gnarled, ancient trees. I walked with a renewed sense of purpose, my steps light, confident. The fear was still there, a distant echo, but it was no longer consuming. The stone held it at bay. As I walked, the forest slowly, subtly, began to change. The trees, though still tall, became straighter, their bark lighter. The undergrowth thinned. The ground became less spongy, more firm, and the mist itself, while still present, began to dissipate, revealing glimpses of a pale, diffused sunlight breaking through the canopy. The pervasive cold of the entity receded further, replaced by the natural chill of a damp morning. The silence